Right.
Scott is the appraiser, Thomas and
Oh.
Dixie Stevens.
Okay.
So John Sales, we
That's-
wondered
that's a-
about him.
Want a motion to go into,
Nope, we don't have to. We just recessed
Not a
last time.
recess.
okay,
What we did before.
We're- that-
pardon me,
That's what we've done in the past.
Yeah.
what?
Just come out of recess.
Okay.
So Thomas and Dixie, so Thomas is on the phone?
We're not gonna do the sales one first?
They didn't show up.
We'll have to take action.
Yeah. What
see if
what
they-
we'll do is I'll take a note of it and let's do a couple others. And if somebody else doesn't show, then take action on it, just in case he walks in late.
Oh, so we're gonna wait on John, go to,
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
we're going to,
Do it. Okay, so, Mr. Stevens, can you hear me?
I can just barely.
Okay, so everybody's that talks has to talk into a mic or he won't be able to hear you. Mr. Stevens, Scott from our office is going to make some comments about your property to the board. And then it'll be your turn and you can tell them what you want. If you can't hear, speak up. Scott, make sure you talk into the mic.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Scott Dressler. I'm an appraiser up in the Equalization office. So this property is...
hear him.
Sorry, I'll speak a little louder. Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Okay, so just once again, Scott Dressler, appraiser, Equalization office. This property, it's a triple wide mobile home on land. It's at 23010 French Drive. It's about 6 miles west of Rapid, out Highway 44. This home was assessed at $221,500 for 2020. That's $50,200 for the land, $171,300 for the structures. This lot is 1.45 acres. However, it is valued with a reduction. There's about a 0.24 acre section kind of on the back of it that is not usable for this property. It serves more as the yard for the people behind them. It's an odd little sliver, so this is valued land-wise as if it's that reduced size, accounting for that. Let's see, the home here, it is a 2004 triple wide. We have an average plus quality and an average condition. This area was reappraised this year, so conditions and effective ages were updated. The home itself is, give me just 1 second. We have 2,022 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, an attached 700 square foot garage, and then a 1,440 square foot shop building on the property as well. In terms of sales, I tried to look throughout the county for other mobile homes on land, preferably with garages or shops if I could find them. The first comp, it's out kind of towards Hill City. It's on J Pine Road. It's a 1999 triple wide. It is a little bit higher in quality at a straight good. It is quite a bit larger. It's 3,160 square feet. It has an additional half bathroom compared to the subject appealing property. It's a 780 square foot attached garage. It has a small shed for an outbuilding. This sold back in 2018 for $305,000. The second comp, it's just a little bit down the road from the subject. It's at 9910 West Highway 44. It's on 2.82 acres. It's a double wide. It's a 1989, same quality at average plus, 1,484 square feet, 3 bed, 2 bath, and it has 2 detached garage buildings, one at 543 square feet and one at 450 square feet. And that one sold also in 2018 for $238,000. I have another one out towards Hill City. This is off of Old Hill City Road. It's on Wolframite. It's a 1992 double wide. It's good in quality, so a little bit higher. It's 1,700 square feet, 3 bed, 2 bath, no garage. It has a 600 square foot farm utility building. It's a dirt floored outbuilding. This one sold back in 18 as well for $195, so smaller, older, no garage, sold for $195. And then the fourth comp is quite a ways out of town, so even getting further out of town, these homes on land still do sell very well. This is out more towards Deerfield. It's on Paradise Drive. It's on 3.5 acres. It's a 2,000 double wide, average plus in quality as well. 1,456 square feet, 3 bed, 2 bath. It has 1,008 square foot detached garage and then a 1,728 square foot farm utility building. So more outbuildings, more land. This one sold back in October of 19 for $250,000. So right now, kind of what I'm seeing market wise is that these mobile homes that are on land with a garage out of town, they do sell very well, with the low end being in that $200,000 range when you factor in having a garage, especially having in a shop building.
Thank you. This is Thomas and Dixie.
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead and tell us what you're thinking on the property to the commission here, if you could.
Well, one thing, we could barely hear Scott, so I'm not sure what all he said, but we just think it's outstanding to take this kind of 16% jump in 1 year. We haven't done any improvement. We watched a Centennial home, a Friendship home, double wide, 1,456 square feet, got an auction the other day. It went for $26,500. It was a 2002. I guess we're just kind of immersed. It surprises the heck out of us to get that kind of jump.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank you for letting us do the conference call. But as a couple, we feel this is a very unfair taxation. Looking at the comparisons, we went to the comparisons ourselves. Don't really feel, I know it's a hard thing to find a house just like your own, but the specifics, I mean, we have a big substation behind us, and, you know, the hum of that, the intense traffic in the front of our house is kind of like a speedway. Our house itself, I think Tom can tell you about the water heater. We've had to replace 3 different times. The floor has given out back there. We've also had to go in and brace up the floor. We've had several issues. And I know that you cannot tell from the outside our issues from the inside, but I do wish that you would take these into note, that I just do not feel, again, that going up $30,700 in 1 year is fair and just.
Thank you.
For us?
Anything else, Steve, Mr. and Mrs. Stevens?
Tom,
Yeah.
do you have more?
No, I can't hear. No.
You can't hear us?
Barely.
Okay. Let's see if we can get a little closer to the mic. Commissioner LaCroix?
Tom, Dixie, this is Lloyd. What year is the mobile home?
2004.
What kind of interior fixtures do you have? Is it taped and textured on the inside, and do you have what kind of doors and type of stuff?
It's taped and textured, and
It's both.
when we first got this, an appraiser lived up here. His name was Dick Maresca. He got a floor plan. He came through the house, so that should all be on file. What's inside and out.
Okay, those are just some of my questions. I'll yield.
Okay, questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner DeSanto?
Tom, Dixie, this is Mark DeSanto. Looking at the comparables that Scott's brought forward, you are assessed at the second lowest of any of the 4 comparables. And when you look at those, several of them, or 2 of them, 3 of them have larger acreage than you have. But your house is actually newer than any of them as far as the year built. Square footage wise, you have the second most square footage of any of the other comparables, and all of those comparables, with the exception of one, are sold for more than what we're assessing your house at. So I have a hard time, I understand that large jump, for someone who's not ready to sell their home is kind of a shock, because I'm in the same position you're in. I had quite a large jump on mine as well. However, I do know that if I put mine up for sale tomorrow, that it would sell for at least, if not quite a lot more, than what it was appraised at. So I think that Scott did a good job as far as his comparables are concerned. And as I said, if you were to put that thing up for sale tomorrow, there's a very, very good possibility you would wind up getting at least or more than what were assessed at 221.5.
You okay with that? Or do you have something to say on that, Mr. and Mrs. Stevens?
Pardon me?
Did you hear Mark?
Yeah, I can hear Mark, but I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. I'm actually louder than Mark, but that's okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roskinick?
Say, Tom, this is Commissioner Roskinek. We talked quite a bit last week, and I look at the sales that the county has, and as a real estate appraiser, I look at everything on a per square foot basis. So the 4 sales that they presented, one sold for $96 a square foot, one sold for $160 a square foot, one sold for $114 a square foot, and one sold for $171 a square foot. The average of those 4 were $135 a square foot. And with the their suggested assessed value for this year would be, for yours, would be $109 a square foot. Did you get that email?
Yes.
So the market's kind of driving this, not so much the county assessor's office.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that upsets us is we're not selling. And so we're kind of, I know, it's hard to explain, you know.
When we went to refinance our home, we went to 7 different banks when the interest rate went way down here a few years ago. Not a one of them would give us a conventional loan because this is a modular structure, which
That's true.
I feel it should be something about selling it also. It puts it a much harder market to sell because they have to go a higher interest rate than what you would with a stick-built home.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner DeSanto?
Dixie, Mark DeSanto again. All of the comparables that Scott is presenting are all manufactured homes,
Okay?
just so you know.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I have anything else that I can add at this time. I mean, like I said, we're both retired people on a fixed income on Social Security. You keep upping and upping. And again, I think as you've all heard, you're pricing people out of our homes. Between the school tax and the real estate tax, that is what's going to happen to people in our age group.
Dixie, Mark DeSanto again. I understand your concern and where you're coming from, but what's driving the market are people moving in and buying houses, and the demand is high. It's not the county and the assessors just randomly raising your property values. It's demand in the market that is raising your property values, and the only way to stop that is to stop growth in the Black Hills, and that's probably not going to happen.
Madam Chair.
No, I agree.
We can on that.
Commissioner
I
LaCroix?
just think it's an exorbitant jump to go $30,700 in 1 year.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Tom and Dixie, my final comment would be is, you know, the name Equalization is fitting for what they do. They're trying to be equal to everybody all the way around, and it would be unfair for this board to go lower than these other four property owners. I mean, we got to be fair, and that's one of the ways I look at this is we've got to be as fair as possible. I know the jumps happen. I own several properties, mobile homes too, that have done the same thing. And I get the sticker shock too, but then I also know the market and pay the higher interest rates also on the properties I've bought. And so, but I just wanted to stress that it's all about being equal to everybody.
Okay. Well, we thank you for your time, and I'm not sure what else to say.
Thank you, Dixie and Tom. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I've got a question.
Commissioner Drews?
So as I look at the value structure as we go from 2009 up to 2020, it's not a big jump most of those years. This past year seemed to be a larger jump.
So this past year, this area had a reappraisal done, and generally, if there is a jump, that's when you're going to see it more often than not. It's updating. The big thing is the conditions or the expected life of the property, and those don't update on their own each year. That's only done with the reappraisal. So going through and checking, the conditions of all the structures. As you maintain or if you improve, you'd expect even more. But as you maintain a home, you expect that home to last longer. Therefore, its value retains or increases with that. So that would be the reason for the jump was the reappraisal and just updating the home back into an average level of condition. So
Do you know how many years it had been since you'd gone in and done the reappraisal?
Right here.
in this neighborhood, I'm not positive on the reappraisal. Generally speaking, we're in between that 4 to 6 or 7 year difference is what we're looking at. So in this one, it went from just having its build year as its effective age to being slightly above that, which would be the average condition, or just updating it to what is expected for condition at this point on an average maintenance home.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
In 12 years, it went up 55,000 in 12 years. So do we have a motion or any other discussion?
Move to approve the appraisal rate as presented.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Motion by DeSanto, second by LaCroy. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Stevens.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
So,
Next, we have Ms. Shannon.
Mr. Sales, obviously not coming, so Candace doesn't have to stick around here. Do you want to deal with that one now?
Yep,
Candace has a recommendation on the value.
Ms. Candace.
Good morning. My name is Candace Novak, one of the appraisers with Equalization Office. This is in regard to tax number 25030, owner John Sales. I recommend upholding the assessed value of $214,700 with a land value of $49,300 and a building value of $165,400.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Drews to approve,
Second?
second by DeSanto. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Candace.
I'd like to go back to Commissioner Drew's comment about reappraisal. If we go back 10 years ago or more, we had properties that hadn't been looked at in 20 to 25 years. 6 or 8 years ago, the commission gave us some more staff, and we are currently on a schedule between 5 and 7 years to walk through every neighborhood. Now, every property is reappraised every year, but a physical inspection every 5 to 7 years. And we have almost covered the entire county now, but 10 years ago, it was 25 years since some of these properties have been looked at.
Thank you.
We need to get on a schedule to where that doesn't happen again.
Agreed.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, Shannon, if Tom and Dixie would have hired an independent appraiser, and they would have come in different, would your office have looked at that then?
We look at it all the time, absolutely. Every year, we get 3 or 4 or 5 appraisals every year. We look at it. Sometimes we don't agree with them. They can still present it to the commission. Sometimes something comes up in that appraisal that we didn't know. But absolutely, people tend not to
So
spend
that
the
might
money
have
on
been
an appraiser.
a course that they could have gone. It
Yep.
would have cost them some money, but
It
that
costs
was
money.
the only solution I could think of, and it didn't seem like they didn't want to spend any money to do that.
Yeah.
That's always an alternative.
Yeah, that's right. And we get 3 or 4 every year.
I
Yep.
agree. That way we at least, have something, if they have a comparable or something that says, that there's things that you guys might have missed or, I agree. Okay, Shan.
Next one is Tender Loving Care Trust. Miss Holly Lindahl is here. She's got a home west of Rapid. Gordon and I have been out to look at this home. She just purchased it last year. She allowed us to come in and we walked through the home. We made some corrections, mostly for condition. The house has some updating, but it needs new windows. There are some condition issues with it, and we accounted for it. And the size of the lot is unusually small for the neighborhood. We made an adjustment downward in the land value of that. We currently have it assessed at $207,000. I've got good sales information that supports it very well. I'll let Ms. Lindahl speak.
Thank you. Ms. Lindahl?
Yes, I brought, we have 5 commissioners. I brought a stack that I'd like to hand out to each commissioner of what I'm going to be going over today. I did my own assessment on it.
The whole stack?
Each goes
Yep.
to each commissioner. And I did my own assessment on it on a Marshall and Swift analysis. The property is actually quite dilapidated. It has no septic access to it, no water access to it presently. The property was sold under a fraudulent premise last year. And the property actually tilts forward, which is an external obsolescence to the property. It's got a 5-inch variance from the back side to the front side of the property. And so that's one external factor we will not be correcting. I took pictures of it. Shannon did provide me a copy of the top. I've gone back and recorrected that whole thing. Exhibit 1 through 3 references the calculation to come up with the depreciation factor on the building as a whole. And he has that, I think, the 9th or 10th factor on his list. Replacement cost new, and then he's got physical and functional depreciation. According to the information, software information I obtained from Marshall and Swift, he listed the functional depreciation as 31%. It is actually 59%. The value of this building is considered poor or even unsound in various aspects of the building. Again, the property is very, very small. I went in and took one of the exhibits is Shannon's property, same size as mine. He gets assessed just on the land alone, $33,000. Ross Connect gets assessed on his same property, same size as mine. He has an assessment value for the land only of $24,000. So I am petitioning the board to do an equal assessment. I have a more restrictive condition on the property because this property is surrounded by 2-acre lots. It's quite small. And it's a soupy backyard, so I have a severe mold problem on the property, and that's one of the attachments. You will see the last attachment there is 23. That's the condition of the inside cupboards. Exhibit 22 is the condition of the porch, which is very dried out, and it's splitting. Exhibit number 21 is the sewer that's in the basement. The basement is actually non-functional. Every time it rains, every time it snows, the septic system, there was no code on this property at the time it was built. So the septic system is a third of the size it's required to be by law. And it's a concrete foundation which has mold all over it. And so exhibit number 21 is the actual sewer tank, practically, in the laundry room that spills up sewage every time it rains and snows and backs into the house. As I indicated, the backyard gets quite soupy, so it floods the basement every time we have a rain or flooding. Exhibit number 19 is there is no heating in the building. So if you will look at my correction on Shannon's first page, he assessed heaters. The heaters have all been removed. Exhibit number 19 is a physical photograph of the heaters being removed, and you see the mold going up on the wall. When the seller sold us the property, all the flooring is mold. And you'll see that in a couple of the other exhibits that I have attached. For example, exhibit number 17 shows you the mold going, it shows the black mold on the concrete foundation and then the mold going up the wall system. Exhibit number 18 is the black mold. He went in and he painted over the walls to cover up the mold. That's the black mold that's covering the foundation, which is a concrete foundation, and you see it going up the walls. There is asbestos in the home that was never remediated. That's another problem with the home. As I indicated to you, there's a slant to the home, so if you're sitting on a couch, you actually can look downhill. Now, I had applied for a new septic system. Actually probably going to go into litigation. Not me, the owner of the building's going to go into litigation because we got approved to install a septic system on the south side of the property. Unfortunately, we retained, and he was already paid a substantial deposit, a commissioner out of Hill City who knew everybody in the county department. He didn't want to honor his contract, so that's likely going to go into a lawsuit, or this septic system would have been installed last year. And we also have a leak problem below the foundation. The weatherization department came in to do, because there's no insulation in the walls essentially or the ceiling. They wouldn't touch the building because of the amount of mold that was in the basement. And their report, I believe, is attached as number 18. So, and they want us to build a French drain around the house to prevent all the flooding, not only reversing from the septic system, but also coming through the block foundation where it meets the concrete slab. So they're not going to touch the house until that gets repaired as well, and that, of course, costs money. So when I went in and I assessed this value under the Marshall and Hub paperwork that I attached as your exhibits, the way you do it is you designate the value of the home, which in this case, so let me start at exhibit number 4, because 1 through 3 is the depreciation factor. Exhibit number 4, this is a grade E quality home. So if you go to page 3 of exhibit number 4, that's the assessment of the full square footage of the home at 2,300 square feet or 2,600 square feet. That would be the 100% rate on it. If you go to the first page in exhibit 4, you go according to the quality and you times that value, 2,600, which grades it at 214, 630, and you times that by half. So that was the only thing on Shannon's chart that was actually correct, but he didn't list the full square footage on that. So the units is 2,600, and timesing that, E-grade came up with the base cost of 106. $106,620. It takes out all of the additional calculations that he made, so including the basement, because the basement and the top floor was valued at the same value, and then just 50% because of the grade of the building. So then I went through the additional items that he put on there. There's no heating system, so I knocked that off. When you do a plumbing system, if you will look at exhibit number 4, at the top part of it, the base cost of the structure, according to Marshall and Swift, includes already 5 standard plumbing units. So for every additional plumbing unit that's active in the building, you add $1,885. There are, in fact, only 6 active plumbing units because the downstairs was taken out because of so much of the flooding. In fact, we might end up just scoring that altogether.
Miss Holly, can I stop you for a
Yes.
sec? Did you have an appraiser come inside and look at the property?
Last year, yes, but they didn't know about all these problems. This is an obsolescence issue, a functional obsolescence issue, and therefore the grading on this property. They didn't come out and do the grading. I went through Marshall and Huff and Swift and did the grading myself because I pulled their software. They had no clue of all the problems with the building. When they went out and did the appraisal, they came in with a $180,000 appraisal last year, but that was with a functional septic system. The septic system is not functional. That was with a functional water feeding the house. That's not functional. There's a leak underneath the house. They didn't note that there was asbestos all over in the ceilings. They didn't note that the walls were not insulated. The ceiling was not insulated. So it was a very poor assessment. So I am the Swift and Marshall, the Marshall and Swift guidelines for setting up appraisals and the conditions of property and the quality of construction is a nationwide guideline. It's used in every state.
Okay.
The owner of this property is in Washington. She will be addressing this, but this entire restructure of his assessment is right in line with Marshall and Swift.
So
There's
this
no
isn't,
heating units, so I removed them. There's no subflooring on the basement floor, so I removed that. There's no since there's no heating units, you have to negate that value from your total value, and that is on exhibit 6. And it tells you that if the home doesn't have visible or working heating units, because they all shorted out when the flood came in, and they were really old baseboard, father knows best heating units, you have to negate that value from the total value. So, and then he had me as a single 2-story fireplace. If you will look at exhibit number 20, it's a fire insert. It's not a 2-story fireplace. So the value of a fire insert is $1,750, not, I think it was almost at $6,000 on that.
hold
So
on,
I took a lot of these marks out and the evaluation on the basement because they do a straight base cost approach.
okay, hold on, Miss
Yes.
Holly. Shannon, were you there when she was going through some of these issues she had in her house? Did she tell you when you guys went through the house that these things had
Yes.
issues in her house?
Yes.
No,
Hold on, Miss Holly.
He was
Holly,
examining the house
Holly,
by himself.
Holly, let him speak. Thank you, ma'am. Okay,
I'll address the points she's made.
okay.
I've been taking notes. We've had many conversations over the phone and by email. Holly and I, and Holly with an appraiser in my office. I want to focus on the inspection of the house. Gordon and I went through the house. She let us look at everything. All right, we were there very recently. We walked around the house. There is no cracks in the foundation. It's a block foundation. I got to say, there are very few block foundations that look as good as this. There are no cracks in it. There's
From the
no,
outside.
Nope, hold on a sec.
there's no slope to the floor. We checked windows and doors. If the foundation is failing, you'll see doors and windows that are off. There's none of that in any of the doors. The windows are old. average for the year. But there's no foundation problem. We went in the basement. Last year, with all the rain we got, there had been water in the basement because the backyard slopes, but it was rainwater that everybody was dealing with. We made an adjustment for that because there should be some landscaping in the back. We talked to the former owner, and that hadn't happened before. It was unusual for the rain. There's no sewer problem. There's no mold anywhere in the house.
There's no
The-
sewer problem.
The
Are you
septic,
kidding me?
the septic
Ollie.
is fine. She would like to move the septic and put in a new septic tank, but planning and zoning has told her that the septic that is there is working, functional, and adequate in size for the home.
Okay, now I'm
There's-
going to talk,
The,
He's
because
gonna
that's a
talk.
lie. That's an
No.
absolute lie.
Holly, you need to be nice.
the heating system, electric baseboard heaters in the home, they were there. All the information we have says it works. The electrical system, the plumbing system, the lights were on when we were there. Insulation, as far as we know, is adequate for the house. The kitchen is dated, but it's what you would expect in a home like this.
Okay.
The water coming to the house, it all seems adequate. We've talked to an appraiser who appraised the house. We've talked to the former owner. There were people living in it right before it was purchased. It is very much typical with what you'd expect for a house like this.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on, Holly.
My
I'm gonna
pictures
let-
speak for themselves.
Okay.
Everything he said is absolutely wrong. In fact, the West Dakota Water District came in and looked at the entire septic system. The septic system by law is illegal because it is undersized for that sized home. So, and we are suing the building department, make no mistake about that fact, for upholding our building permit. When we already paid a Hill City contractor to do this. There's no question they're going to be sued. The size of that tank has to be a minimum 2,200 gallon tank. It's a 1,000 gallon tank and it is fractured. I have multiple videos that went to the West Dakota Water District of crap coming in the house, and it was not water; it was crap. And when the weatherization department went over there, the paint was dripping on the walls because the water was coming through the block foundation. The reason the block foundation looks good is because he had painted it just before we moved in.
Okay, I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions. Any questions?
Madam Chair, Holly, remind me, when was the house last purchased?
It was purchased in April of last year.
So it was purchased in 2019
Yes,
for, what was the sale price?
180.
180?
Yes,
Was it on the open market?
yes, for 3 years.
And who was the real estate firm that had it listed?
I don't remember what his name was, but he was out of one of the cities north of Rapid City.
And then that purchase, did that involve an independent appraisal? Did somebody?
It involved an independent appraisal, but he didn't get all of these problems with the building, so we're suing the appraiser as well.
I just wondered if there was an appraisal on it, that's all.
Yes, 180,000 on the appraisal, which is the purchase price that we paid. And after we got into the building, we had all these problems. And I have every one of these films, and I've got the water district seeing every one of these films, and they came out here and said, you need to change this. The only reason that the county said not to is because Hill City Commissioner was the one who got contracted on this job. He was buddies with the county, and that obstructed this. There was a plan approved. They don't want to approve the plan because he felt he bid too low. Well, he won the bid. It
Madam
was up
Chair.
for a high bid.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
LaCroy.
I have a question for Holly. On the purchase, you've eloquently went over and over about the septic system, so we understand that. My question is, when you purchased the property, you had an appraisal done, that was what he was asking.
Yes.
You're also given the option to having a home inspector, having an inspector inspect the house. Did you purchase that plan to have it inspected before you purchased the property?
The bank ordered the
Yes or
appraisal.
no?
That we
Yes
didn't
or
do it.
no?
That can't answer that yes or no. The bank ordered the appraiser It was done through the bank.
There is an option for an inspection, a home inspection, anytime you go to purchase a property. You can do it, you hire the person to do it, it costs you about $500, but it's well worth your money to have it done.
All I can tell you is the bank ordered the appraisal, they picked
So
the
I take
appraiser,
that
and
as
they're the ones
no.
that did it.
I
Okay,
take that
Shannon.
as
We
no.
didn't do anything
Sorry,
with it.
sorry, Lloyd.
Because there's a
Holly,
conflict problem
stop.
if you do that now.
Shannon?
I'd like to make comments on the sale. Ron, you were asking about the sale. We talked to the seller of the property before it transferred and afterwards. Miss Hawley had filed a lis pendens against this property in court. His attorney advised him that it was going to cost a substantial amount of money to get rid of that. And he told us that he negotiated the lower price. He said it was less than what the property was worth, but he wanted out of it, and he couldn't see a way to do that. It was appraised at the time by Craig Steinley. Ms. Lindahl has sued Craig twice. We haven't seen that appraisal. It has been
Actually,
appraised
he never
since.
did an appraisal.
Holly, let him
He
speak.
broke the USDA contract, never did an
Okay,
appraisal.
board,
That's
do
the
we
reason.
have a motion here, board, or discussion?
I'd move to, keep the assessment at the assessor's recommendation.
Moved by LaCroy, is there a second?
For 207, because the board will be sued. You
Second.
understand that. If the board does not look at my
All in
adjustments,
favor?
I
All
will
in favor,
sue the
say aye.
entire
Aye.
board,
Motion carries, thank you.
including Shannon.
Thank you, ma'am,
That's
have a
what
good
I'm
day.
doing.
Thank you, ma'am, you have a good day, ma'am. All right, next is Don with Park West LLC, please.
I've already got it on.
We're doing Park West.
Yes.
You can hand me the recording at the time here. That's a bunch of BS and you know it.
It's Don, thank you.
So in other words, you have conditions.
You need to leave.
Ma'am.
You need to leave. You need to leave. You need to leave. Shannon, go get the deputy, she needs to leave.
That's official misconduct.
I'll see you later. You have a good day, ma'am. Hold on just a sec. Hold on, Don.
See you in court, all of you.
All right, Ms. Don, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Don Puckett, appraiser for Pennington County Equalization. This is an appeal of 39 of 47 condominium units that comprise the Park West condominiums. These units are currently held in ownership by Park West LLC, and representing Park West today is Mr. Ron Shape. He's seated behind me here. This condo group is located in Southwest Rapid City off of Sheridan Lake Road in the Fairway Hills Planned Unit Development. And that's the building there on the aerial. The Park West building was originally constructed as an apartment building in 1984. It was converted to condominium type ownership of individual units in 2007. The conversion is documented by the master deed on file with the Register of Deeds office. The deed created the legally sellable individual units, which have been the basis of assessment since that point in time. The current assessed values range from $135,900 to $147,800. There are small differences in the units, such as location within the structure, or some units have a fireplace, and that's why we see the variation in value there. All units are approximately 100,000 square feet with 2 bedroom and 2 bathroom, and include a small parking stall and a small storage unit in the subterranean garage. And I apologize because in the excitement I forgot to give you my handout.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Don.
You mean you were distracted a little bit?
Wow.
All right. So what I've given you is
Everybody wait.
my board document with the current information for the property, plus the 2019 sales. So the Park West condominium group was part of a reappraisal project in the spring of 2019 in which we appraised all condominium type properties. The net effect for this group was an increase in assessment of 13%. The spreadsheet I shared with you has 5 sales that were consummated in 2019. 4 of those were open market transactions, the 5th one was not. But strengthening the consideration for these sales as true market value of the properties is the fact that 3 of the sales are transactions between private buyer and seller. So in other words, the developer is not a party of the sale. There is a 4th sale that was Park West LLC to a private individual. Now, the sale prices range from $147,000 to $152,000. And the sale from Park West LLC to the private individual was $148,300. The sale price to assessment ratios run from 93 to 99%. Currently, the parcels are listed for sale on the open market at $156,600. The current owner has stated to me that his intent is to sell out the units and not retain ownership of them as rentals. There was a private appraisal done. It was huge. I think you guys probably had a chance to look at it. That private appraisal was done for 40 individual units in the community house. The scope of work and the data collection for that appraisal would be different from what was performed to value the individual unit. The current assessments are based on analysis of current market transactions that you have before you. There was, on page 59 of the report, in the reconciliation of value, a final unit. It was stated a reasonable price for the individual units would be $147,500. In closing, I am asking the board to uphold the original 2020 assessed values of the 39 units appealed by Park West LLC.
Thank you, Ms. Dawn. Any questions for Dawn? Nope. How about Mr. Shape? How are you, sir?
A whole new appreciation for the work you guys do. I'm sure of that. This is my first, I guess, trip in front of the commissioners and would recognize Dawn. It's been a pleasure working with her. And I guess what it boils down to is differences in opinion as to the value of the property that's there. I shared with Dawn, and I believe the commissioners have it in front of them, 2 different appraisals, one that was done in 17, one that was done in 19, September of 19, on the value of the units that are there. Some of the individual units that have sold between individual and individual, there was work done to some of the units. I know, granite countertops. I don't know how you value all of those things. I do know the building is somewhat dated. I know the units in the building are somewhat dated. And since we've purchased, since the Park West LLC has purchased the units, we've sold one. I know there's work that has to be done in the building. I know the elevator needs an upgrade of 80 to 100,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how you factor all of that into the numbers. My comment to Dawn was the double-digit increase just doesn't make sense to me based on the valuations and the appraisals that we've had done. And that's all I've got to share with you. I mean, I can't tell you what they are. I can tell you, as Dawn indicated, they converted to condominiums in 2007. Since 2007, 7 units have sold. And I don't know if that constitutes a fair market value on the appraisal or not. I don't think it does. But that's my opinion, and you have the information in front of you. Be glad to answer any questions that I can.
Sir, so you have Park West unit valued at $4,125,000 for 40 units. And then you have valuation also valued units, all 48 units at $5,400,000. That was Your appraiser
In 2019, yes,
was
which put them about
5,400,000.
$104,000 a unit
So
in
it's-
September of 2019.
So it's 5,400,000 for 48 units.
The 4 million for the 40 units is more accurate because we purchased the 40 units.
So you have the 40 units, not 48.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
7 of those, one is a dual unit that's combined. So there were 7 units that were sold prior to 2019.
Thank you. Don, did you have something I missed?
I would just like to say that during the reappraisal, I was able to do an interior of 4 of the 7 private units that are out there. I also got into 10 of the
Use your-
remaining units that
you-
were owned by Fairway Hills 3.
Use your mic, sister.
Oh,
Thank you,
sorry,
Ms. Dunn.
by Fairway Hills 3 at that time. Specifically, the units that sold for 152,000. That was the one that's had extensive remodel work. That was the one unit I did not get into. The other units that sold in the high 140 range, I would just call them very cared for, original, very average condition.
Ms. Dunn, was those the 8 units that sold or part of, were they, the ones you're talking were some that he's, Mr. Shape's property, or the other 8?
So the individual ones that sold between private individuals, I was in, okay, so let me just back up a little bit. Mr. Shape purchased the properties in September of 2019.
Yes.
Okay, my reappraisal was prior to that. The apartment manager for Park West took me through several of their units, and then the private individuals in the other 7 units, 4 of the 7 set up appointments for me to view their units as well. And then 2 of those units sold right after I was in them in the 140 range.
Okay. And those were units that were in his 40 units?
No, those, sorry, this is confusing. I was in both some of the ones he purchased and some of the ones that sold privately.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Dunn.
they were all, with the exception of the one that sold up for 152,000, they were all very cared for, original, took care of maintenance that needed to be done, but had not been remodeled over the top.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dunn. Questions, board?
Madam Chair, so I didn't get a chance to go through all of this. It's a lot of stuff to look at. So the last purchase was in 2019,
Correct.
and that purchase involved how many units?
40.
40. And how much was that per unit?
It was 2.6 million. I think it was 65,000 per unit.
So you bought it for 2.65?
Correct.
For 40 units? 2.6 for,
40 units, which
40
I
units.
think is 65,000 a unit. Didn't bring my calculator.
So the 40 units, were they, at that time, were they condos or were they just apartments?
Condos.
They were
They've been
condos.
condos since 2007.
So each one of those could have been conveyed separately
Correct.
through a deed of some
Yes.
type.
Yes, sir.
So that was a bulk sale then? Would that be fair to say? The 65,000 reflected buying,
And the 65,000 was based on the 2017 appraisal that was done. At the time, appraised them between 60 and 70,000, I think. And that's what led the sale. That sale, I should say, was related party transaction, but it was based on the 17 appraisal.
when you buy these, do you look more at the income? I mean, that's the way I do motels. I don't do these type of properties, but a motel will sell, they'll look at you'll start off with the potential gross, and then you'll do your vacancy and collection loss, come out with your effective gross, and then take out your expenses and look at that net income. And normally, that's how investors buy these. That's the way they do motels, I'm
I'm
assuming.
not an investor, so I should clarify on that, and my math is way simpler than that. I figured at 65 to sell them at 100,000, which seemed reasonable, which is enough for me to step in and to be part of the transaction. That was the extent
Yeah, I
of
was just trying to understand the dynamics of the sale.
so Mr. Shape, did you sell any of these properties since then?
one.
How much did you sell it for?
The 140, Dawn may have to help me, 143, 143? 148.
So you were hoping for 100,000 and you got 148 for this unit?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Sales, would there be any reason why any of the other ones would not sell for that same price or somewhere near it?
I don't know. That's the truth of the matter. Like I said, they've been condominiums. I've been part of the operation for 30 years. And so part of the issue is since 2007, 7 units have sold. So are they overly priced at that point? I couldn't tell you, but I don't know that 7 units in 13 years constitutes a market for the units. And I know Dawn and I talked extensively about Sandstone Ridge and others, and I agree, you know, they're selling great prices, but 7 units in 13 years, I don't know what the problem is. Is it location? Is it the building? Is it the landscaping on the exterior of the building? I couldn't tell you. And
Madam Chair.
1 unit since September, you know, if I'm one a month would tickle me to death, but I don't know what the issues are for why more of them didn't sell before we got to 2019 when I became part of the ownership structure of it.
So crunching the numbers, if we averaged it out and said that that they would average sale for 140,000 each, you'd be looking at $5.6 million on the assessment.
That's if
And
you've got,
I mean, I imagine that's the math. I don't know if that's all 48 or the 39
That's for
that are
40.
remaining. 40.
40
Okay.
units, yeah.
As the one is sold, so that'd be 39 left.
Okay.
so Don, is this assessment with 48 of them, or this is the 40, right?
39.
39.
They're assessed as individual units able to be sold on the open market all by themselves. I don't have them assessed as a group of properties.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
Madam Chair. So so are these leased out then, or rented out on a monthly basis? Is that the?
Yes. The ones that aren't listed, there's a couple of vacancies for showing the units, but the other ones are leased. Roughly $1,000 a month is the lease rate.
Any questions, board? Seems, I was just wondering why it was, you bought it for 2.6 for 40 units and it's appraised at 5.4 now? Because of the individual properties that you can sell basically between 100 and 140.
Right.
Okay, and you based it on basically average property at 136, Don? Or am I saying that wrong?
Find my sales here, sorry. All right, so the current assessed values, even though there's only been 7 units that have sold out of the 48 since it was converted, some of those units have resold. Okay, and the strongest indication of value to me is ones that have resold without the developer being in a transaction. They become more of an open market transaction. And those sale prices range from 147,000 to 152,000. And granted, the one that sold for 152,000 did have remodel work present, and it's very nice. But the one that sold for 151,000, it had really had no work to it except flooring through the years. They were Kinses were one of the original buyers into the unit, and then they just sold it here in 2019. So very, very strong market indication that the values range in the high 140,000s.
Thank you. And you did have appraisal at 4 million something you said? I'm
And about
sorry.
105,000 a unit.
Say it again?
About 105,000 a unit was the 2019 appraisal.
Can I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
So the private appraisal put a per unit value of $103,125. That is based on the discounted cash flow analysis. It is the value forecasted for a unit. In this case, it's for 4 years. Under current market conditions, and that would consider the risk of purchasing such a property and the sellout period time as well.
So you do it per unit, and then, but this property sold for 2.6. I guess I'm not getting how you bought a property. I mean, you got a hell of a deal then, 2.6, but it's appraised at 5 million, so.
Two different appraisals at two different times. It was purchased on the 2017 appraisal, which was 65,000 a unit. And the 2019 appraisal was for 105,000.
Madam
Which
Chair.
is where my challenge is going to the 140. And again, honestly, I don't know. If more units sell, I think then it's fair, but there just has not been that many units sold out of that building since 2007, so.
So Don, do you have how many units you said since 2007 sold, by chance?
Seven units, one was a double unit. And then some of those units have resold again. And I do have the sales history here in front of me, but, one comment about his sale in September of 2019. So the total sale price was $3 million. There was also the community house, to the south of the large complex included in that sale price. But the CRV was marked that sale was not open market, that it was between related individuals. So even though there's a sale
Okay.
price related to that, there is some influence there that makes it not open market.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
that's how it got to where it was. Commissioner LaCroy,
Given the comparables and then the information presented, I would make a motion to uphold the assessor's recommendations, and if some of the comparables change, look at it next year.
a motion by LaCroy to uphold the appraisal of Miss Dawn, or appraisal, assessment.
I'd second that. I believe this is
Second
reasonable.
by DeSanto. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
I
Roskinet.
think where this gets a little skewed is that when the CBRE appraised it, they appraised it as a going concern, and they were looking more at income. They arrived at those values based on a projected income, and they pulled a cap rate out of the market, and it's sold as an investment, as 48 or 40. But individually, if they're individually titled, then they should be individually assessed, and and that's a whole nother concept. Now you're using the direct sales comparison approach more so than an income approach. I think that's why there's such variations in those two values. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. We do have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Shape.
Next on the schedule is Denny Henriksen. He's not coming in. Joe has a recommendation on the value. While Joe's talking, I'm going to wipe down the counter here. We had planned on doing that, just for everything that's going on.
It's my understanding that you have a document from Mr. Hendrickson that he wanted you to review in regards to his assessment. I'm making a recommendation of no change to this property. The complaint that Mr. Hendricks has primarily is the land value. The land value went from about $20,000 for 3 acres to $33,000 for 3 acres. Based on the information that I saw and the sales that I looked at, I believe that $33,000 for 3 acres is not out of line. His own property sold for 114, I believe it is. And if you take the buildings out and divide that by 3, it comes in at about $70,000 for the 3 acres. So I think that the $33,000 is fair. I recommend no change.
We have a motion?
So move.
Moved by LaCroy. For a second?
Give me a minute.
Everybody still looking? I'll second for discussion.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So Joe, you're saying basically the 11,000 per acre value seems to be pretty standard through that area?
Yeah, and I do have a listing of sales if you'd like to look at them. All within the 4 mile radius, all the sales for land and anything was way over $11,000 per acre.
Raw land?
Raw land as well as land with improvements, which is what this is.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
Are these the sales? I was just looking for some sales.
Let me give you.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of information here.
Okay. Oh,
Okay, I got it. I think they must have turned it in for me.
okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We do have a motion.
I'm good.
Good run?
I'm good.
Gary, Lloyd? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Rod and Linda Hubbard.
Yes, and they're here. Derek,
Derek's first,
step up.
the new guy. Good morning, Derek. You're up, Derek.
Good morning. My name is Derek Dalen. I'm an appraiser with Pennington County Equalization. And the subject property that we will be talking about today is tax ID of 18398. It is located at 1325 Neva Way. And this property is owned by Rod and Linda Hubbard. And I am recommending that the current 2020 assessed value of $224,800 be upheld. This property consists of 6.91 acres, and there is a pole frame structure with living area as well as an attached garage. The structure consists of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, and there is a total living area of 1,424 square feet. The attached garage has 2,352 square feet, and 840 square feet of that attached garage area is considered finished. The structure is on a floating concrete slab, and the property has electricity, a septic field, and a cistern for water. There's also a 576 square foot equipment shop building on the property. And Neva Way, it is off of 143rd Avenue. It is about a little more than half a mile north of Seeger Drive and about half a mile south of Country Road. And it is in the Ashland Heights neighborhood. And with this property, it is a pole frame building that has living inside it and a large attached garage. So when I looked at this, I wanted to look for other pole frame buildings, that have sold. And so most of the comparable sales on the sheet in front of you, they consist of other pole frame structures, and that's just because they are fairly unique, and comparing them to stick built presents some challenges there. So I decided to go with pole frame structures when looking at comparables. And just going through the comparable sales, the first one is 2291 Hidden Springs Road, and that sold for $227,000 in August of 2017. Now, this property, it has a current assessed land value of $78,500. It's 9.58 acres. It is average condition, again, a pole frame structure. The quality of construction is fair. It was built in 2000. It has 832 square feet of living area, 1 bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and 4,028 square feet of attached garage, and 651 square feet of that attached garage is finished. And the second comparable sale is located off of North Elkvale Road, 4400 North Elkvale Road. This one sold for $280,000 in December of 2015. Has a current assessed land value of $54,700. It's on 11.23 acres. Average condition, average minus quality of construction. It was built in 2012. Has 900 square feet of total living area and 3,360 square feet of attached garage, with none of that as being finished. And the third comparable is 7350 off of Redemption Road. And this property sold for $189,500 in April of 2017. Current assessed land value is $46,400. It's on 10.6 acres. Average condition, fair quality. Built in 2013. Has 1,024 square feet of living area and 2,200 square feet of attached garage. And again, none of the attached garage is finished. And so those are the three most, comparable properties that I was able to find that all share the same pole structure building style.
Derek, I'm sorry, I missed the finished living area in the subject property.
It has a living area of 1,424 square feet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sheet to your right that they just gave you, Gary.
Derek, what deduction did you give for the fact that they have no well and no water, that they have to haul in their water? That seems like that would be quite a significant impact on the sale of that house.
We're looking at sales in this neighborhood, the Ashland Heights neighborhood. That is a concern properties do have in that area, is hauling water. And as far as we can see, that having an impact on sales is not something that our office has seen when we go through our sales verification process. It does not seem to have an impact on sales that directly comes back to having a well versus having to haul water. And the Redemption Road property, that comparable, that's located out by Caputa. It's a couple miles south of the East Highway 44 and Radar Hill Road intersection. That property in that area can share potable water concerns. So that one has that similar characteristic possibly as a subject area. And that's something that our office just has not seen in the Ashland Heights neighborhood as having an impact on sale prices.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I'm trying to understand these sales. Sale one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it says 832 square feet of gross living area.
Mm-hmm.
And then shop, garage, 4,028.
Yes.
So then the gross building area would be the two of those put together?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yep. Yeah, that would be 4,860 square feet combined. Yes.
For me, understand these a little bit better would be to take that gross building area, divide that into the sale price,
Mhm.
and then I can sit there and break it down per square foot.
Sure,
That's just so much easier for me. Then I can sit there and visualize what's going on with the sales data.
Sure, I do have that information for you, your
I'd like to-
gross living area and attached garage per sale price per square foot. So, and I'll start with the subject and its assessed value. For just the living area, we're at $126.90 per square foot. Now, the total building area, so living area and the attached garage, for a total of 3,776 square feet, we're at $47.85 per square foot.
Okay,
And that's the assessed value of that entire building.
47.85.
Yes.
Okay,
Now, the first sale, the 2291 Hidden Springs Road, the living area per square foot, just the living area, is $164.90. Then the building in total, the living area plus the attached garage, for a total of $4,860. That has a per square foot cost of $28.23.
now, does this include the land too?
This is just the structure, and
Okay.
the structure, it is only the living area with attached garage.
Okay.
So there is no land value in this, no.
Okay.
Then, and again, I'll just give you the total living area and attached garage for the next comparable sale, 4400 North Elkvale Road. That has a total of 4,260 square feet, and $52 even per square foot. And the next one, 7350 Redemption Road, has a total of 3,224, and that per square foot cost is $37.07. And the last one, 24134 Alcan Lane, this comparable, it has a 480 square feet of total living area, 720 square feet of attached garage, all of which is considered finished attached garage, for a total of 1,200 square feet per square foot. For that sale price was $91.67.
Thank you, Derek.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Derek?
Just one. Derek, back to that water situation. How many houses have sold in that particular neighborhood there in the past 2 or 3 years?
2 to 3 years. I don't have that exact number off the top of my head. I do have a sale here that was in the Ashland Heights neighborhood, that sold in August of 2018. It has a cistern, just like the subject property. It sold for $215,000, and this place, it is stick built. That's the biggest difference between the subject and this sale. Is it 1,070 square feet? It has an attached garage of 600 square feet. And this one, it has an equipment shop building that is 1,536 square feet. So it does have a large shop building that sold for $215,000, and that one has 2.64 acres. And just like the subject, that has a cistern for water.
Okay.
So Derek, on the comparables, are they all pole barn buildings also?
The comparables that I went through and on the sheet in front of you, yes, they are all pole frame structures.
Okay. So do you figure some, when they don't have a well or a water source other than hauling, do you figure, do you take off for that or not?
I didn't in this case. I just looked at sales, And I did not take into account hauling water for those pole frame structures. And again, with those, I wanted to focus on the buildings themselves for that very reason. They have, I mean, different land values. They're located in different places throughout the county just because pole frame structures are unique. So what I wanted to focus on with the comparables was that they were pole frame structures.
Okay. Other questions for Derek?
My question would be, when they filled this application out for the appeal, did they have a concern with the total assessed value, or just the assessed value of the land, or just the assessed value of the building? Was there?
I believe it was just the assessed value of the building. I mean, Rod and Linda, they'll correct me if I'm wrong, but their big concern was the value of the building, I believe.
Okay. That helps me.
Any other questions of Derek?
Just a comment, Gary. He did point out that they saw that with these homes that that had a cistern and had to haul in water, that they're not seeing any difference in the sale price, the sale values of those homes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Next, Rod and Linda Hubbard, please. Thank you for coming today.
Okay,
And your name, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Linda Hubbard.
Yes, ma'am.
Rod Hubbard.
Good morning.
Okay, well, it went up 5.84%, and all of that was in the value of the house, which, you know, it's depreciating. It's not as good as it was when we built it. So why should the value have gone up $50,000 in just the value of the house since we've been there? And, you know, like you said, we have to haul water, and we've complained about that all the time, and they say, no, it doesn't matter. Well, if you have two identical houses, and one has city water, and one does not, or one has a well, which one do you think the people are gonna buy? The one that you don't have to haul the water. And let's see, what else I got on my list? You know, he said everything, we're on a floating slab, you know, which has cracks now. I guess he covered most of it. And every year it goes up. I look back the last few years. Back in 2017, it went up 3.37%. 2018, 2.19%. Yeah, 1.09 in 2019, and then this year 5.84%. It's a $12,400 jump. And I mean, I know it's going to go up every year, but I figured if you guys get this much now, then you're just going to add more on next year, and pretty soon we won't be able to live there.
Because the thing is we built this building for low maintenance, so we wouldn't have to paint, put shingles on it and stuff. And we planned on this being our retirement home, but the way it's going, we're just gonna be taxed out of our own home that we worked all these years to put together and stuff. And, it's the first new house we've ever had since we've been married, and we've been married 48 years, so I just don't see I see the increase a little bit, but not sky high.
But I mean, the house is depreciating. So you've got it $50,000 more than it cost to build. And I can't see where the value could have gone up that much. And this year, for last year's taxes, we have to pay $2,817. That's about $250 a month.
Madam Chair.
You know, it takes a chunk out of the Social Security.
Commissioner DeSanto.
Unfortunately, as I pointed out to the Stevenses that came in earlier, what's driving these increases are comparable sales. And we don't have the option of stopping growth in Rapid City. And so unfortunately, or fortunately for some people that are selling their homes and not planning on staying there for the rest of their lives, property values are increasing, and they're increasing substantially. I saw a substantial increase in the value of my home, and I'm sure the rest of you did as well. And in order to keep it fair to everybody, this is the way we have to assess these houses, is by what would it sell for if you put it on the market tomorrow. And I think that our equalization department does a very good job of going out and finding those comparables. The only question that I would have, or the only concern that I would have with this particular assessment, is the hauling of the water part situation. That, to me, and that's just me individually, and I'm not a real estate appraiser and nor a real estate agent, nor I don't have anything to do with real estate, but except for that I buy houses on occasion for my own self. But that would be a factor for me in making a decision as to whether or not what I was gonna pay for a house. And if there was, as you pointed out, if there was a house half a mile away that was exactly like yours and had water, I'd buy the house with the water.
Well, and then too, as far as like sale values, like, okay, say there's not necessarily our house, but two houses, and they're exactly the same. One people, they maybe work at a low-paying job, can't afford to fix it up. The other people, they're planning on selling it, so you know they're gonna put in new stuff to make that sellable. So when it sells at a higher price. So what's that do to the poor sucker here who has a house he can't afford to improve? His value goes up the same as that one. That ain't fair.
It does, however, if you have the appraisers come in and inspect your home, they do take that into consideration. If they actually come inside your home and see that you've made no improvements, and then the guy down the street that just sold his house for $15,000-$20,000 more than you think yours is worth has granite countertops and, wooden floors and improvements, they do take that into consideration. So I don't know were you able to inspect the interior of the home?
He didn't come in, no.
He didn't.
No, because of
Here it comes.
Yeah.
I'll have you move over just a little bit, sir.
I sleep with him, so he can
48 years.
long time.
Somewhere in there.
That's pretty awesome.
No, I did not inspect the interior of the home due to COVID-19 concerns.
Thank
You know,
you.
we have no granite countertop.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinick.
when did you purchase a property
We
last?
actually built it.
But when did you buy the lot?
2002, we started building in 2003.
So the lot's 6.91 acres and you bought it in 2002?
Yeah.
And remember what you paid for it in 2002?
It was about 50,000.
How much?
50.
It's only being assessed for 40,900.
Okay. There's nothing there.
Well,
There's
the
no
point that I'm
trees, there's
making
no
is that when
nothing.
you bought the lot, you already knew that you already factored in the water or the lack of water. Well, anyhow, to go on, what I've done is I take the 4 comparable sales and I've added the living area with the garage area, so I come up with the total gross building area. Then I divide that into the sale price, and I come up with an average between the 4 of $75 a square foot, which is 20% higher than what you're being assessed at. You're being assessed at $59 a square foot.
But it's not a stick-built house. It's post-frame.
I'm just using the comparable sales here.
All of the comparables are also pull frame.
Right.
Yeah, but he was just saying the rates, and we were at $46 a square foot, and there was one at 28, and there was one at 56, and then I think the other two were lower than the
But
56.
I'm throwing the land in too, so if I was gonna buy your property and I'm using these comparable sales, I'm gonna say sale 4 sold for $133 a square foot land and building. Sale 3 sold for $58 a square foot land and building. Sale 2 sold for $65. I'm land and building. That's how I'm looking at it.
There can't be that big a difference between ours and theirs.
But yours, if I looking at it right, 224,800 was the assessed value, and if you divide that by your total, your gross building area, which is 3,777, it comes out to about $59 a square foot, so.
Well, he just said 46.
4785.
He said 4785, but he didn't include
Oh,
the
right,
land in it. He
with the
just,
land.
he
Okay.
just did the structures, ma'am.
Just structure, yeah.
With the land, Ron is saying it's 59. So you went from 4785
And the
just for
guys with all
structures.
the more acreage than we have?
I don't just, no, what I do is I take the total assessed value of each, or the sale price on these and what your assessed value is. And I add the assessed, then I add, when I do this, I include the land and the building. So
Okay, but you should figure all of them the same way.
I did,
He did.
You did.
Done all that, just
One
that
third-
little while sitting there?
yes. 133, 58, 65, 40 for an average of 75. Yours is assessed for 59. If you take your assessed value of your land and the building, divide it by 3,777, you'll come up with $59 a square foot.
And what's the one at Hidden Springs? What's the value of that one?
I'm just using the,
Well, you just said you did them all.
He wants to know, he didn't hear you, honey.
which
It's
one
okay.
did you
No,
want?
he told me twice he did them.
Okay, which one?
On the second one.
$40 a square foot.
So theirs is 40s and ours, you're saying, is 100 and something.
No.
Theirs is 40, yours is 59.
What? That's why we use more than one sale, because you
With
can't,
the 9.5 acres you got figured in there.
yeah, there's going to be variables. What I'm just doing is doing some number crunching and dividing.
Yeah, but is your math correct? I'm just looking at
You're welcome to
the
look at
value
it.
of the land versus their value of the land is almost twice of what ours is, but you're coming out that our figure is higher than theirs, and I just don't see it.
I don't,
I'm not getting in.
Does that make any sense?
I don't think he's coming up higher. I think,
Okay, so one more.
tell them their total and then number 2 and 3 and 4's total.
Yeah.
Based on what you said.
Okay. Unless I did number one wrong, I got $40 a square foot. It could be a 6.
Yeah, that's what he had said.
That's land and building.
Okay.
Number 2, $65 a square foot, land and building. Number 3, $75 a square foot, land and building. And number 3, $133 a square foot, land and building. You're being assessed for your land and your building at roughly $59 a square foot.
Did you get
But
all
he
those
was
totals?
just saying ours was 100 and something.
Uh-uh,
No, he's been at 59. average
59. He was saying the other ones were men.
But with that being said, you could not build that today. You couldn't even build the shop, just the building, for $60 a square foot. Couldn't even come close.
Well, it cost us $100,000 to build the house. And then when we did the add-on, it was $25,000 more. And back then, it was like $40, $46 a square foot for the house.
Right. Unfortunately, what you build something for or buy it for compared to what happens after a few years, it's just like anything. We buy properties cheap, we fix them up. Sometimes they're worth $80,000 more. And depends if the neighborhood changes or based on the appraisal, somebody fixes it up more or anything else. Unfortunately, when you buy that property, and you build it yourself or you build it, a lot of times the assessed value you already know is going to go up every year.
Madam
So-
Chair. Oh, sorry.
Because the year after we had it built, the steel went up 50 or 55 cents a square foot. And it's just gone up ever since, so I figured we got in there at the right time and stuff, you know, because we wanted it for our retirement home and stuff, so. But the way it's going, it's,
You know, and it wasn't a Morton building. It was a private individual that built it. I mean,
What they base it on is how much you could sell it for.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, what you pay for something, like I said, we pay a lot cheaper for some of our properties, but what we could sell it for is a lot more. So they're basing that assessment on, if someone came to buy your house and then compare it to other properties, that's what they base your assessment on. Unfortunately, like I said, because you bought it and what it's worth to you and how much you paid for it back then is not going to be the sale price. Meaning if someone came and bought that property, how much would they buy it for?
The only thing is you never know that until somebody buys it.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam
So
Chair.
you don't know if your guesstimates are right, you know?
So otherwise, you're saying like our building, if somebody builds another building, but bigger, it's gonna be more valuable for the size, it's bigger than ours?
Well, it's gonna definitely
Bigger
be
than yours, yeah,
more
definitely.
costly. You can't build a post frame building with that amount of living there in there. I doubt that you could even touch it for $60 a square foot. And your total assessed value with the land is $59 a square foot. So what our Department of Equalization did is they went out there and tried to find the 4 most comparable properties as as a model to try to come up with your assessed value. And if I take the average sale price per square foot, that's $75 a square foot. And if you're at 59, it gives me some comfort level that you're not being overassessed.
You know, Rod and Linda, I think, I understand where you guys are coming from through retirement home and so forth. You know, Mr. DeSanto explained elegantly about how equalization and fairness in the sales, and so is Mr. Ross Connect. You guys made a good investment, is what it is. You know, I mean, you did a good job of the purchase price of the land and how you got it built and so forth. But the sad thing is you're like many other people, and I've done the same thing, is you want to keep my costs at the same. We didn't look at it investment when we bought it.
No, it's,
And property it technically is. I mean, you know, if something happens to you or Rod and the property's value is there, it is an investment at that point in time or when you're gone. And it's unfortunate you don't look at it that way. I didn't years ago either. But now when I look at my properties now, that's how I look at it because I know, you know, I'm not going to live in here forever, but I may have to downsize or do something else. So I have to look at it that way. He did a really fair job of the comparisons. He went to the pole barns and keeping in the same area and so forth. You know, the argument of hauling water and not having water, it's actually kind of an advantage because you built a cistern. So if a person comes in and drills a well later on, you can pump into the cistern and you have that storage. It's actually could be an
well,
advantage.
the cistern was on the land when we got it.
So, but I mean, that could work both ways. There's advantage and disadvantage as far as where you're at right now. But I think they're really trying to do a fair job, and I think that every person on this board understands. You know, when you say you want this to be a retirement home, don't want it to go up. But unfortunately, as they said, you know, we've got to keep things equal and be fair to everybody. I hope you can understand that. But I think you guys did a good job of managing your money and getting what you got. I think you
Madam
did.
Chair.
Commissioner DeSanto.
One other thing I'd like to address, because you've mentioned a couple of times, is depreciation. And homes don't depreciate if they're taken care of anymore. They increase in value. Really, the only thing that depreciates a home any longer is if it's left in disrepair. And so if you're taking care of your property, which most of us want to take care of our property, we're not going to see depreciation in our homes. Now, you may look at it yourself and think that it's depreciating because it's not exactly what you want anymore. You want a new wood floor or whatever. But when other people come in and look at it, they're not seeing that depreciation. They're seeing, if I went anywhere else, what could I buy this home for? And that's how they make their comparisons when people buy homes.
Thank you.
So it's not like a car where you know. the more miles you put on it, the less it's worth. It's not like that anymore.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Oh, just a question. If you ever did decide to sell your property, you got any idea what you think it's worth?
Well, I'm not gonna give it away.
Gonna have to be
I
at least
wouldn't give it
enough to
away,
get the
especially after this
taxes.
conversation.
What's that?
Oh, I'm
I
thinking
wouldn't
it
give
might
it
be
away,
worth about
especially after this
200,000, but
conversation, now that you know what they're
don't
selling
plan
for.
on selling, we
I
don't,
don't,
you know.
I don't plan on selling unless one of us pass, but I'm not gonna give it away, that's for damn sure.
It's probably worth more than you know, though.
I'm sorry?
It's probably worth more than you think.
Well, that could be, because I'm not the brightest guy, but, like I said, we put a lot of time and money into it to get what we want and stuff, and, our friends come out and they said, well, this is cool, you know, and I said, well, yeah, I says, wanted something low maintenance, wanted everything
Wheelchair
on one
accessible.
level,
Yeah. You guys
one
did
level,
good.
because, who knows,
Yeah, 'cause
10 years from now, one of
Might
us
get
might be
old.
gone, or,
yeah. Well, I got rheumatoid arthritis, so I thought better have it.
so,
Is that a
yeah,
mountain lion in front of your building? What is that?
It's a wood cutout
It's a
of
what?
mountain lion.
It's a what?
I did that, I made that,
Nice.
I got
It's wood?
Yeah,
out of wood, yes.
actually,
Wow.
that's an older picture because now it's black. He painted it black.
Painted it black, I had it drawn to look like a panther.
I'm like, Derek, did you see the mountain lion that we're walking around?
Well, a lot of people freak out when they pull in there. But I've got a Bigfoot out in my pasture there. It's 8 foot tall that I made.
That's
And
awesome.
it looks like he's walking through the pasture over the neighbors. But, you know, like I said, we
Yeah,
just
I mean,
want,
it's just the idea that it keeps going up every year and every year, every year.
it's like,
And this was a big jump this year, so.
yeah, so,
But it would be nice to get a break for that water and cistern. I've hollered that every year and no, you know. And if you think about our living space too, our walls are 8 inches thick. So your living space is not as big as in a stick built. So I'd mention that to
Okay,
Derek.
do we have a motion?
yeah, maybe it's worth more than I think it is, but I don't know, so.
You don't know until you
Well,
sell
I
it.
think as commissioners, we have a duty, and our duty is to look at the recommendation from their office and see if there's anything faulty about it, and I don't see anything faulty, so with that being said, I don't think we legally can sit there and we have the latitude to make anything different than what they suggest. Not that I would, if I personally could, I certainly would, but I think as commissioners and working together with that department, I think we need to honor the request, unless I saw something very faulty, but I just couldn't find that.
Okay, so
Madam Chair,
Bruce,
I'd make a motion that we accept the assessment as established by the board, by the Equalization Office.
is there a second? I'll second it for discussion. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, folks.
Okay, so you've got two properties, Walmart and Sam's Club. R3 will step up here. He'll talk about Walmart. Let's try to focus on the Walmart property, and then we'll do the Sam's Club property just so we don't confuse the two.
Okay.
A tax rep for Walmart is on Zoom. The next one after that is going to call in. Then there's Mr. Peterson. He's outside, and I think even the next appointment's outside. But right now, I've got a tax rep with Walmart, and R3 is going to talk about the new Walmart, right? And then they'll talk about the Sam's Club.
Okay.
Kyle, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear. Do you hear me?
You just got to make sure you're talking to the mic. And R3's wearing a mask, so he might be kind of muffled. Clean it off for you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
R3.
R3, you're going to have to get right over in front of that microphone.
I will,
Okay.
yes. We're going to look at the new Walmart first.
Put the mic.
I guess.
Hold on, R3. We're gonna move that mic with your
Okay.
head.
He can't hear unless you're right on it.
Go ahead, R3.
We
He's
want to
good.
wait?
Nope, keep going.
Okay, this is parcel 64154. It's the new Walmart on 100 Sumer Road. It's built in 2012. The 2020 assessed value is 13,957,500. The building square foot is 164,294 square feet, and that comes out to $84.95 a square foot. There are 19 acres with this property. It's the improvement value for the property, just the improvement value without the land, is $9,989,000, $60.80 a square foot. That includes the parking and all. The increase in valuation for 2020 was 1.59%, $218,300. There was a very modest increase and so forth to it. The subject property is a state-of-the-art building as far as when Walmart built that. We were out there and looked at it even when it was under construction and so forth. The size of the building, the layout and configuration of the building on the lot, the fenestration, the skylights, the heating and cooling and technology system built in, all the lighting and heating and cooling and refrigeration, coolers and freezers and so forth are actually monitored from Bentonville, Arkansas, the headquarters that we found out anyway. And I think, because of just the very little bit of increase that it did increase there, was not much. It went up some, maybe a little bit, because of they put a carry out and remodeled a little bit in the building. That was, I believe, a little over 464,000. Our increase was 218,300. I think the value is fair. We do have other properties that we compared it to, and so forth. The Target building was built in 2008, and I can give you the footage and so forth. I don't know if you have that paper, but the 2020 assessed value for that is $10,297,000. It's 132,330 square feet, $77.93 per square foot. Cabela's was built in 2008, 79,940 square feet, 9.68 acres. The 2020 assessment is $7,853,500, 98.24 square foot. Shields was built in 2008, 68,622 square feet, 4.93 acres. The 2020 assessed is $9,891,400, $144.14 a square foot. Even the older Walmart building that we have here in town was built in 1995, much larger, 224,588 square feet, 21.01 acres in the middle of town, and its 2020 assessed is $12,657,600. And I had one more here. Menards is built in 1997, 246,844 square feet, 22.56 acres, and the assessed is $13,999,300. And Lowe's is built in 2002, 144,045 square feet, 11.96 acres, and the 2020 assessed is 8,717,000. According to, we don't have much for sales of these big box buildings. We do have, the, let me find my paper here. The Shopco building, that was sold in July of 2015 for 8,219,178, or 87.63 a square foot. The rest are just comparables of what we have on the property, so it's equitable and so forth. The subject property is usually much newer than this, than the other ones, and is kept in very decent shape. And I believe that our value is a fair value for it.
Thank you, R3. We have Kyle on the line. Kyle, do you have anything you'd like to tell the board today, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, I'll just run through the Walmart real quick. We're in agreement on all the facts that Richard presented today. The property is 164,294 square feet, constructed in 2012. The biggest reason and what I really want to highlight in this short presentation was a 2017 State of South Dakota administrative hearing decision when we last appealed the property in question. The individual presiding over that administrative hearing did decide that the cost approach was not the best method of valuation because of South Dakota's definition that states full and true value, the value for which a property would sell on the open market. For that reason, the judge decided to look at 4 comparable sales that took place in the state of South Dakota that he deemed comparable, and then he took the average of those 4 sales and ruled on an opinion of value, for which in 2017 the Walmart was concluded at a value of $61.97 per square foot. For that reason, we considered all approaches to value, but we found ample data throughout South Dakota and the region that would show that the property value has not increased substantially from that 2017 decision. If you have access to the information I provided Richard on page 3, you'll find a list of sales comparables. The first 4 take place within South Dakota. They are all big box or former big box owner stores. They sold on average for $53.20 per square foot. Included in that is the Shopco on Haynes that sold in 2015 for $87. However, as I'm sure you guys are all aware, that store closed in early 2019 and has been sitting vacant, listed for lease. And as of last week, it was still listed for lease. You'll also find there was a Sam's Club in Rapid City that sold back in 2011. It's a bit dated, but it did sell for $31 a square foot. We did try to find some newer sales. So you'll find a Sioux Falls former Kmart that sold for $66 per square foot. It is older. It's a 1979 build, but it is also smaller than the subject at 75,240 square feet. Looking outside of South Dakota to the neighboring states of North Dakota, Montana, and Minnesota, you'll find 8 additional sales that averaged $37.95 per square foot. A highlighted one there took place in Moorhead, Minnesota, and we were able to verify this. It was a former Sam's Club built in 2013, 17 acres of land, and it sold in July of 2019 for $30.67 per square foot. We considered all these sales, but heavily weighted the South Dakota sales. and arrived at an opinion of value of $60 per square foot, which is right in line, pretty close to in line with the 2017 decision. We also looked at equity, similar to Richard. On page 4, you'll find 4 big box retail stores that we find comparable to the subject. Richard did highlight the Lowe's and Target and Menards. We've also included those. What I'd like to highlight is the assessments of those 3 stores, anywhere from $53 per square foot up to the Target at $78 per square foot. The subject is listed at 85. We find that all 4 of these are pretty comparable in size and a little bit older, but should be considered from an equity standpoint. The other Walmart that is in town is much larger. It was built in 1995, so older than the subject, but it's currently assessed at $55 per square foot. The Cabela's and Scheels, I've been in, those stores, and quite frankly, I don't find those comparable to a typical Walmart store. Much higher ceilings, a lot more build out, a nice facade. I would have a hard time finding those comparable to the Walmart store. So in conclusion of this, I think the sales kind of speak for themselves. Big box retailers or big box stores are not typically sold, but when they do, I think you'll find that they're in the range of $50 to $60 per square foot, and our opinion is on the higher side of that at $60 per square foot, which is in line with that 2017 decision.
Thank you. R3.
Madam Chair, just on a recap of the sales that they have on their sheet there, every one of those are, it says former Kmart, the running store, the former Shopko, former Sam's, former Kmart, former Costco, they're all second and third generation stores. He mentioned the running store here, that the old Walmart that was the first one here. That's a third generation store. Walmart was in there. It became their Sam's Club, and then they sold it after it was wore out, even with Sam's Club, to Runnings and so forth. Those aren't comparables. Every one of those are much, much older, too. This is comparing to the new Walmarts are 31 years older, 15 years older, 22 years older, 19 years older, 36 years older. And it goes on, and 30 and 24 and 12, and I don't believe those the dollars per square foot coming up with those are comparable to this Sam's Club.
Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Questions, Ron?
Kyle, can you hear me?
I can.
Commissioner Roskinek here. Those sales that you mentioned, how many of those were lease fee and how many were fee simple?
I believe they were all fee simple.
Negative.
Okay.
Lease fee was Shopko. That sold the
Correct.
highest. There's a
Correct.
difference
Yep, correct.
between lease fee and fee simple.
There
How many
is.
were dark and how many weren't?
I would imagine all of them were vacant and available for sale.
Okay, here's my suggestion. One thing that we do know is that going concerns, a lot of these Target, Sears, Penny, Shopko, Albertsons, they lease property. I don't know if there's lease Walmarts or not, but based on the facts that I've got, $6 a square foot times your $164,294 true triple net divided by 7% return rate, which is conservative, is $14,082.
Okay.
So I don't have a problem with Richard's assessment in this situation, because
Yeah.
I'll take that income approach any day over the sales that you just provided.
Understood. I will highlight that the running store and the former Sam's were both weighted 50% in that 2017 decision by the administrative judge. You're correct. There is a difference between fee simple and lease fee. Walmart owns every single store that it occupies in the state of South Dakota. If these properties were to sell, I'm not sure how we would impute a rent to a store here. I mean, if we were to sell a Walmart, it would sell vacant and available. We don't currently lease any of those stores. So
Right,
I guess,
Go ahead, Kyle.
no, I'm done.
Okay.
If Walmart's profitable, you don't sell the store. It's when it becomes unprofitable or unfinancially feasible to keep the store open, that's when you sell it. And that's when you start getting the sell prices that you were talking about with all these other facilities, with the exception of Shopko. Shopko had 2 years lease left. The gentleman that bought that, and I verified it with him, he bought it on the lease, hoping that they'd renew.
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Commissioner LaCroy,
I'd make the motion to approve the assessor's recommendation.
been a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by DeSanto. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. R3?
The Sam's Club here is parcel 63372. It was built in 2010, just a little bit before this new Walmart. The 2020 assessed is $12,991,800, and the building square footage is 140,629, 14.59 acres. The improvement value is alone is 9,665,600. That includes the parking. And the increase for 2020 was 1.34%, $172,100. Very slight increase and so forth. The comparables and comparable properties and so forth are the same on this as we have on the other one. I might mention one thing that I did look up where some other the stores here in town, like the Safeway on Mount Rushmore over there, went up, it increased this year 14.55%. The Safeway over on West Main, which is 52,000 square feet, went up 8.56%. So it isn't that we raised just these two subject properties. There are many others that went up too. Let's see, I'm trying to.
R3 will.
I think that's.
Okay, R3 will let Kyle speak. Okay, Kyle?
Yeah, it's yes, ma'am. It's the same argument. It's going back to the 2017 decision where administrative judge ruled that the correct opinion of value was $62.20 per square foot. For the Sam's, they're fairly similar in construction, other than it's constructed more like a warehouse, so thicker floors. We relied upon the same sales for this, concluding again at opinion of $60 per square foot. The equity comps were the same as well. However, we feel that the Menards and Lowe's are pretty accurate comparables to the subject. The subject being assessed at over $90 per square foot, and the Lowe's and Menards assessed at $53 and $60 per square foot seems out of line with us. Again, I don't think we need to talk through the whole comp set again. We're just trying to get to a value that we feel like we could sell this property for.
Hold on. R3, do you have a question, Ron?
Madam Chair, if I use the same methodology, which I firmly believe that it's going to be much closer than the sales, because the sales are tainted. Cost, that's pretty subjective. I would not be able to support the $12,991,800. It'd be more like $12,053,000.
Any questions, board, or
Just to be fair.
motion?
That motion.
Is that a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion by Ron.
53,000?
12 million.
$12,053,914.
12,053,914.
Round to the nearest 100. Our computer does that, and it makes it a lot easier.
12 million.
Let's just go 12,054,000.
Okay, 12,054,000.
Second.
That's motion by Ron Roskinek, second by Lloyd LaCroix, or Commissioner LaCroix. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Have a good day, sir.
You as well.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Shannon, did you end up, like, calling all these people? You're gonna, it's.
What
we are
we've
like
done is,
half hour behind.
R3, the next one, Selling, he is gonna call in, but I called him and asked if we could call him later because you've got at least two property owners out in the hallway waiting.
Okay, which
So
one's next?
we'll go to William Peterson,
Okay,
and I'll go, so
Prior to that, can I
can
ask
you
Shannon
get
a
him?
question?
R3, we'll call that Selling, and sometime later, we'll do it.
okay.
So, and then we'll
Shannon?
just come get you.
Shannon, Mark has a question.
Shannon, when we're doing these assessments on these commercial properties, are we taking into consideration what's been built around them and the traffic count and does that
Yes.
factor in?
Absolutely. When he looks at comparable sales, he considers all of that, yeah.
And so that's one of the arguments I might have made. I'm not super familiar with the commercial stuff, but as far as Ron's comment, reducing that, the reason that I would feel that the reduction wasn't warranted is because of the new businesses that have gone into Rushmore Crossing since 2019 and opened up, creating more of a traffic flow, which creates an increased customer base for Sam's Club. Does that make sense?
It does, but the rents don't. The rents that these big boxes pay, that doesn't reflect that increase in density around there.
It doesn't reflect it.
No.
Okay. We have Candace with William Peterson.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so we'll go to Peterson, Candace.
But trying to use themselves would have been a mess.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't agree with using those
Cost,
sales
can't
at
do
all.
anything with the cost, but
Go ahead and go, Miss Candace.
Well, the ages of the buildings, the demographic of where it's
Okay,
located.
Good morning. Candace Novak, one of the appraisers for Pennington County Equalization. I'm here in regard to tax ID 2065. The owner is William Peterson.
Candace, move that mic up, talk into it. Mr. Peterson is hard of hearing, so use your mics, even you, so he can hear.
Okay. So the owner is William Peterson. The location is 2324 South Valley Drive, Rapid City, South Dakota. The mailed out assessment was at $303,600, which was a land value of $46,100, a building value of $257,500. The owner did appeal to the local board. The local board had changed the assessed value to $230,000, which was a land value of $46,100 and a building value of $183,900. My recommendation is a value of $248,900, which is a land value of $46,100, a building value of $202,800. The subject is located within the city limits of Rapid City. It is in the Rapid Valley area off of South Valley Drive. The subject parcel is on a 0.57 acre parcel. It has a 2,025 square foot ranch style house, which was built in 1976. The quality of the home is above average and the condition is slightly below average. The home is maintained, however, it does not appear to have any recent updates to the exterior of the home. There is also a 26 by 30 detached garage, as well as a 24 by 36 metal pole construction type detached garage. A door-to-door reappraisal of all the parcels in Rapid Valley was done this past year in 2019. The last time a door-to-door reappraisal was completed in the area of the subject was in 2013. Data corrections were made as a result of the reappraisal on this parcel. After the owner had appealed to the local board, or had appealed his property, excuse me, I did go back out to the property, and that's where I came up with the recommendation of the value. There were some data changes that needed to be made after the on-site inspection. The comps that we have below are all located within city limits and very near to the subject parcel. It was very important to the owner to use comps that were right near his home, so that's what I did. Comp 1 is parcel 2057, which sold in March of 2017 for $195,000, so it is a 2-year-old sale. This parcel is located at 2816 Eden Lane, which is 1 block north of the subject. The acreage is pretty close. It's at 0.53 acres. It is a 2,062 square foot home, so slightly larger. Does have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and was built in 1970, so slightly older. The quality is slightly less, and the condition is about the same as the subject. There's an 832 square foot attached garage, however, it does not have the second detached building like the subject. It does have 2 small sheds on site as well. So if we adjusted the sale price to be equal to the subject, it would come in around $237,000. The second comp is parcel 11390. It sold in July of 2019 for $151,000. It is located at 2310 South Valley Drive, which is the same street as the subject. The parcel is slightly smaller at 0.44 acres. The home is smaller at 1,456 square feet. The quality of the home is lesser than the subject. The condition is very similar. It has a 276 square foot 1 car attached garage and a 576 foot 2 car garage. So approximately 600 square feet less in the living area and approximately 800 square feet less in the garage than the subject. There are no other parcels. An adjusted sale price would probably come in around $223,000. The third comp sold in August of 2018, so it is a year-old sale for $182,500. It is also located on the same street as the subject. It is a 0.48 acre parcel, which is slightly smaller, and it has a 1,386 square foot home, which is smaller than the subject. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and it was built in 1933, so quite a bit older home. The home is of lesser degree in quality and is 640 square feet smaller than the subject. The condition of the home is approximately the same. The home has a 960 square foot detached garage and has a small tool shed. The garage square footage is 684 square foot smaller, so both the house and the garage quite a bit smaller. The adjusted sale price on this would come in around $255,000. The fourth comp sold in December of 2017, so this is an older sale as well. It sold for $237,000. It is also located on the same street as the subject at 2309 South Valley Drive. The parcel is a 0.46 acre parcel, so slightly smaller. The home is slightly larger at 2,566 square feet, has 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, was also built in 1930, so is older as well. The quality of the home is slightly lesser than the subject and has a 969 square foot detached garage. So the home is a 541 square foot larger than the subject parcel, and the garage is smaller by 948 square feet because it does not have the second detached garage. So again, my recommendation would be a value of $248,900 with a land value of $46,100 and a building value of $202,800.
Thank you. Sir?
A copy of the sale.
Mr. William Peterson?
Hi, my name is William Peterson,
Sir?
and I reside at 2324 South Valley Drive. I received my new evaluation, and I think she neglected to tell you that it was at $303,000. Obviously, I was pretty distraught, and so I filed my letter to get a hearing.
Yes, sir.
I went to the city, got the hearing. They agreed to appraise my house at $230,000. Now, at 230,000, that would be about a 9% raise over 2019. In other words, about $23.50 a month. When you're my age, you're on fixed income. They wanted to raise it to 248, which was a 17% raise. This is $532 or $45 per month. I just think the raises are exorbitant. They're way too much at one time. You can't plan for them. You know, I was satisfied, not satisfied, but I agreed to the $230,000 raise. So I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Any
Madam
questions
Chair.
for William?
Mr. Peterson, one of the problems that you just mentioned
I
is,
can't hear you.
one of the problems that you just mentioned is what our Board of Equalization is trying to address, and that is these large ranges. So they have gone all throughout Pennington County recently and reappraised areas of Pennington County, and they've almost got that completely done now, where they've reappraised all of Pennington County. The purpose for that is to prevent large jumps. So what Board of Equalization is trying to do is get the values assessed up to what they should be today, so that we won't have these large jumps in the future, because we've got more people going out and assessing. We're not missing areas for a period of years. We're doing it more often so that these increases won't happen, or these larger jumps won't necessarily happen. They're following the sales of homes in the area, and that's how they come up with their assessments of the values of your home.
I am a half a block from the flood area, flood zone. Directly across the street from my house is two houses that were moved there from the Rapid City flood. A block south of me is
Sir,
pretty
sir,
sad.
I'm going to have you go back to the mic. Thank you, sir. That way we can hear you. Thank you, sir.
Speak into the mic.
Just south of me, a block, is a trailer court. These trailers are probably 1950s. This all takes away from valuation of your property. I bought my house for $86,000. Now, if they do this evaluation, that means it's raised 3 times of what I bought it for. I want a place to live. I don't care about the increase in value.
I understand.
You know, this is my home. So I'm at your mercy.
Does anybody have any questions for William or a motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinick.
how, how'd they get to the 230?
Pardon me?
How did they get to the 230? You said
How
it's,
did they get to the 230?
I was just curious, yes.
Motion was made at their equalization. I believe it was by John Roberts. I can't answer you how they arrived at that.
Yeah, I just wondered if there's some methodology, how they got there.
I don't know.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Yeah, William, the only comment I got is, we had other cases up here earlier today that were the same circumstances as you have, sir. And one of the problems that we've had in the past in the boards of equalizations is that we negotiate and bargain. That's why he asked you how they come up with that number of 230. There is no rhyme or reason. So what happens if we approve what the city board says, 230? Next year, they're gonna do their appraisal and it's gonna go right back up and it's gonna show the same increase. We're just kicking the can down the road every year when people do that. I just want you to understand that. I think the Board of Equalization has worked hard, as Mr. Tennell said, to get out and reappraise these properties, because years go by when they don't do the neighborhoods for 5, 6 years. They do an annual increase of what is it, Candace? Usually, well, you can pretty much count 2 to 3% every year that property values go up. But until they get out there and look at them and see what the conditions are, then they bring them up to full value. So I just want to make you aware that I don't know where this is going to go today, but if something happens and you get what you asked for at the city at 230, next year, the recommendation, since she come out and relooked and reevaluated stuff, would be 248.9, probably. Am I right? Or am I?
I really can't hear you very well.
Okay.
So.
I was speaking into my mic, I just got my voice
Yes,
isn't
I
as loud.
understand that. I don't know what to tell you. I've never had a year where my taxes went down, I can tell you that.
No.
And they've went up way more than 2% every year. So, I don't, if you have a question, I'll try to answer it.
Okay, do we have a motion or?
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Candace a question. Going back to what Commissioner Ross Connect asked, do you know what the methodology was that it was used at the city level?
I believe what they did is took the difference between my recommendation and the assessed value last year and split it.
I see. Thank you.
They didn't base it on square footage or anything, they just thought they'd come up with a number in between. Commissioner DeSanto?
Madam Chair, I think, Mr. William, or Mr. Peterson, that you're going to be served well by this adjustment in that you're not going to see these large adjustments next year. I think that you are going to be served well by this adjustment this year so that you're not seeing significant increases. You're going to see some increases, period, because people are moving to Rapid City and they're buying houses and houses are getting more expensive. I'm not going to lie to you. That's how it is. You're going to see increases, but you won't see such significant increases in the future. So we're getting things brought back up to where they really should be, where your house would actually sell if you put it on the market tomorrow.
Is that a promise?
I can't promise that because we don't know how many
Now,
people.
you don't know what they're going to raise 5 years from now.
You are correct. I do not.
So you can't say that if you take the 248, that's going to level off and so on and so forth, and I'm not going to have much more raise after that.
What I'm saying is this is an attempt to narrow those raises. That's what we're trying to do. We've heard it from so many people that are upset about these big jumps. So what we're trying to do is make it so that these big jumps don't happen. We don't control how many people are moving to Rapid City. We don't control how many people are willing to pay more for a house than we think it's worth. We don't control that. If we put our house for sale and somebody comes in and offers us $15,000 more than we put it up for sale for, which is happening here in Rapid City, we don't control that, and we're not going to tell them no. I don't think you would either. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to address that. If you have a better suggestion as how we should address that, because that was one of your complaints, that you're seeing these huge increases, we'll listen. What is your suggestion as how to address that for future?
Okay, do we have a motion?
I would make a motion that we accept the appraiser's value at 248.9.
Motion by DeSantos or a second?
Second.
Second by Drews.
Louder, please.
I made the motion that we accept the appraiser's assessment at 248.9.
There was a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. So it's still at 248.9, sir.
By the way, I'd like to thank you for turning your phone calls. We're all finished then, correct?
Thank you.
Thank you, people, for your time.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, they raised it to 248.9.
Okay, who we have next? Trevor, is this Arliss Nave?
Yes, that's correct. I'm Trevor with the Equalization Office, and I
Okay.
have a sheet to hand out here.
Okay,
Which one are we on?
Arliss Nave.
Thank you.
See where it's at?
It's right here. It's right underneath Peterson. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so the property we're discussing here today is owned by Arliss Nave, and if I'm pronouncing that correctly, tax ID is 50467. The assessed value for this property went out at $40,000 on the land and $191,600 on the structures for a total of $231,600. This value was changed by the local board to last year's value of $220,700. I am recommending that we reinstate the original assessed value. So this property is located on Sunset Drive on the west side of Rapid City. That's between Canyon Lake Drive or Canyon Lake Road and Jackson Boulevard. The land is 0.23 acres. The residence is a ranch-style home built in 1975 that consists of 1,056 square feet above grade with a full basement. The basement has 952 square feet of finish. We have the house in good condition overall, with newer windows and roof cover, with siding that is in good condition, and an updated kitchen and bath sometime in the 90s on the interior. The property also has a 624 square foot, 24 by 26 garage. It was built in 1975 as well as the house and is in average condition. The 5 comparable sales that we have here support the value that we have on the subject property. Their comps 2 and 5 are a little bit smaller and need some adjustment for that, but the best comparable that I have here is comp number 4. That is actually right across the street from the subject property. It's within 64 square feet of the subject property as far as the size goes and has an identical garage. It was in slightly worse condition and sold in 2018 for $229,900. With the inspections of this property, no interior inspection was allowed in person or via photos, so I was not able to confirm the interior condition of this home. After reviewing the subject property in depth, reviewing the comparable sales, and seeing no evidence given that supports a lower value, again, I'm recommending to reinstate the initial assessment of $231,600.
Thank you, Trevor. Ms. Nave?
I'm Arliss Nave, and this is my son-in-law, Pat Larson, and he handles my business, so he'll be speaking to this.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Nave. Mr. Pat Larson, please.
How are you? Well, after hearing Mr. Peterson's and probably just barking up a bad tree here, but over the period of the last 3 years, her taxes went up. Well, last year went up $750. The year before that was about the same. I mean, when you have senior citizens on fixed incomes, I know Mr. Peterson went through this. It's tough for them. You're driving these people out of their homes. I mean, and yes, it's a tax of, right now you're going on what the market is. So in 2 years from now, when this market falls off, do you come back and reassess these and lower the taxes? I've never heard of that. But is it realistic? If the market falls out on these things, do you reevaluate this property?
Yes.
And it will lower taxes.
Assessment.
Assessment.
Lower the assessment. Can't promise taxes get lowered. Our job is to set the assessed value. What happens with taxes might be a different deal, but your property should be assessed at market value, and if our market goes down, the assessment will go down.
Okay. Other than that, I mean, she hasn't done any improvements. New windows is the only thing she's done in the last 20 years. I mean, she's put new carpet in, new cabinets back in the 90s, which the old ones were worn out, just regular maintenance. And it just keeps going up. And like you say, you're forcing our senior citizens into having to sell their houses and move. I mean, and is that good for Rapid City? I don't think so. I mean, it's...
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
when you say we are doing that, sir, we're not doing that. We are not the ones that are causing this problem.
Well, I understand that.
It's the market. And I don't think there's one of us up here, I could go look, that our assessed values are going up too, because the market is dictating that.
But the jumps, and I understand what I've, like I say, I'm barking up the wrong tree here because of what you said previously to Mr. Peterson. When you jump that much in a period of 3 years, I mean, why haven't they assessed these houses earlier and kept up with the market? I mean, we pay our taxes to have these guys do their jobs, and why wasn't this assessment closer to what it was, should have been, if that's the right assessment?
That's a good question. Because as Shannon said, didn't have the manpower to get it done in shorter periods of time, and now we do.
And they try to do it every 7 years, and now they have more people, so they're doing them a lot sooner, if I'm correct, based on market value. So what happens is you sell your house. Would you sell it for less than, or would you sell it for more than? Because I have people coming in going, you didn't assess mine high enough. I could sell my house for more than that. So then what do you tell them? So what people do is, I like my house back to when it was 86,000, or my house should be 230. But when he sells it, does he take 230, or does he take 248? So when you sell your house, that's the main issue, and it sucks when you buy your house. We bought our house for 10,000. Bought it off a relative. It's worth 110. So I'll ask again. So am I going to sell my house for 10,000? Am I going to sell my house for 80,000? Or am I, when she goes to sell her house at 231? Or does she sell it at 220? Or did she sell it at 210? Or maybe she sells it at 180 what she bought it for. I haven't ever seen anybody take less on their
Oh,
houses when they
I
sold it.
understand that.
So I understand your point is, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law were 91. Their house, they bought it for probably hardly anything. Could have sold at 180 to 220. What did they take less? Of course not. When we bought it, did we buy it for that much? Of course not, because we're related. Otherwise, we could have sold that house for a lot more. They were senior citizens. I don't, and I feel bad because when you're a senior citizen, you are on a fixed income. But it's hard to say I would give you less for this because you bought it for less, and you don't have the income to keep it up. I mean, that, to me, it does really suck
It does, and then you
because
pay capital
they're
gains, you
fixed.
got, I mean,
But if they sell it, they get they get the market value out of it. So how do you make that equal?
I understand.
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Because we're all thinking same thing. These Some people are on fixed incomes, or they're senior citizens. But again, then we have to go by market value. If you're going to sell your house for that or more, where I'm finding that people are making more than what the assessed value is.
Well, the market's the seller's market right now, obviously.
So,
So when it does turn, we can come back to you folks and we can do our own little study on the houses that sold in this area and come back and get it reduced.
Right, or appraisals. Because when the market value, if you have those appraisals, sometimes those make a huge difference here, because then we can do say, what'd you base that on? The last guy, I was on city council before. They just lowered it because they could. They didn't have a reason to do it, they just did.
right.
So you vote for them next time, or you think they're just awesome people because they lowered it, but then when they come back, they don't take less than 17% when they get their taxes from, you know what I mean, from us. Because we get 26% of these taxes. We don't get 53% like the schools and 17% like the cities. So unfortunately, we get the job of doing the schools, the cities, and everybody, and collect it based on assessed value.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
you know what would help me, sir, is if you came to this hearing and you provided me with some hard evidence that could show that our assessors are wrong, I would look at that very hard, and I'd probably rule in your favor. That's what helps us make decisions when people come and they got better information than these folks. And if you do, I'll be more than happy to look at it. I'm sure we all would. But at this point, the best that we got is the information that they found. So
And,
that's kind of what we have to
and
lean our
that's what,
hats
My
on.
question,
and that's what I tell people is, if you have appraised and you show us that appraisal value and it's lower, that makes a huge difference. And I do hair for a living, so that's what I tell the ladies and the men that come in my shop. If you want to appeal it and you have those numbers, it's proof. But a lot of them don't come back because they come back and say, okay, Deb, my house is worth more than I said, so I'm not going in there. So, that's kind of where we're going, sir, and not trying to be rude to you.
No, I'm
Okay.
not taking it.
Okay.
Pat,
Commissioner LaCroy,
how many, what's the square footage in the house?
It's about 2,000.
About 2,000 square feet? And I know, the assessor wasn't able to get in and take a look around to actually do a good assessment. Sometimes that really helps, and I understand the situation now, probably
Well,
maybe.
even previous to that, you have to understand that there are some people that just do not like strangers in their house to see what they have as far as their valuables in their house.
yes, sir.
But let me pass a story on to you. We've also had people come in who got very angry when their assessments went down after we're coming around. Shannon can probably share that. I'll share that with you.
Yeah, the ones that are trying to sell their house.
Okay. But you caught on.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
Lloyd, it's not my first rodeo.
But, you know, I would probably agree with the rest of the people on the commission. You know, looking at the comparables, to me, look quite a bit different from what the house is just by a glance. I mean, as far as structure wise, is that house, it's a basement? So you're talking 1,000 below and 1,000 upstairs? And it's the original siding, or is
Original siding, new
12,
windows.
12-inch, older looking?
Yeah, lap siding.
Okay.
Original soffit. And, I mean, you can't consider new roof because every house in West Rapids got a new roof in the last 4 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Which,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So the comps that he used up there, we also break it down per square foot, what they sell for. So 1 is 197, 2 is 219, 204, 205, 244. If your home is 2,000 square feet and it's being assessed at 236.4, that's $115 a square foot. So it makes it a little more easier to swallow, looking at it on a per square foot basis.
nothing's easy to swallow when it raises that much in a period of 2 years.
I can't explain why it raised.
I understand. Well, that's,
Thank you, Mr.
I know, like I
Larson.
say, after hearing the first Mr. Peterson, I knew it was mute, so.
It's never mute. Like I said, it's based on if you have an appraisal or something that proves that that assessor's wrong. I mean, anything that I've ever done, if I want to prove you're wrong, I'm going to get those facts and information and show you right there and then. You know what I'm saying, Mr.
Yes,
Larson?
I do.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
No, Madam Chair, I don't have a question for Mr. Larson, but I do have one for Trevor. Trevor, as I look at the letter that came from Mrs. Nave, points 3 and 4 talks about the remodeled bathroom and the new siding. Were those taken into consideration when you came up with your assessment, or would those have made any difference on it?
The,
Point 3 indicates that they were told that the bathroom had been remodeled, but nothing really had been done in there except change out a vanity in '94 and to replace the toilet stool. And then in number 4 talked about that they were told that the office here was apparently under the impression it had new siding, but that's original siding going back to 1975.
yes, we do take that into account. One unfortunate thing with the interior of the home, I wasn't able to
Understand that.
determine the exact remodel amount, so it's kind of hard to get that. The siding, however, new or old, is in good condition. It's not been neglected, and I mean, it adds value to the home being in good condition. So I did take that into account, and I noted the fact after discussion that it is not new, but it is still in good condition.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy?
I would make the motion to go with the local boards, 2,700.
227. What'd you say, Lloyd?
220, I think it's 700 is what the local board moved it to. Just for that, for the,
227,
no, it's
220,700.
700.
220,700. What on the land?
It'd be 40,000 on the land, 180,700 on the house.
Okay, was there a second? I'll second that for discussion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
DeSanto.
Oh, DeSanto. Y'all
Question
looking
for
the same.
Lloyd. What brings you to that conclusion?
Just looking at the property, knowing that it's an older building,
Not new
it's
sign.
well cared for, but I don't believe the consideration of being able to get inside and take a good look at some of the, if you look at some of these other comparables, they're quite, personally, for me driving around, looking at them, the structures, the build on them are quite a bit different from those. I know the values. I respect Ron's assessment. That makes sense when you go by square footage, but 228,700, I think is fair.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner DeSanto.
My only fear here, Arliss, is that next year, this appraisal's gonna come back even higher. And then you're gonna wind up with another shock to the system. That's my concern. And has been with everybody that's walked in here. You know? I mean, I just, we hear it every year. It's such a huge jump, it's such a huge jump, and we're trying to manage that jump now and hopefully get it under control. Hopefully, as I told Mr. Peterson, hopefully, it's not up to us how many people are moving into the area and how much people are willing to spend on houses. And frankly, some of the houses that have been sold, I stand there and shake my head and go, are you kidding me? But people want to be here for some reason. I love the Black Hills, but and that's just how it is. But I hate to see this turn around, come back next year and have a 15 or 20% increase on your taxes.
When's the last time you had this property appraised? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
So next year, for that fact, maybe, might be good to have that appraisal done. That way you also can prove that, it's too high if if our assessor is making it too high.
Madam Chair.
Roskin, or,
I agree with
Correct.
Mr. DeSanto. And if you listen to some of the other stuff that happened today, very well should be added back next year. My suggestion to you folks would be let the assessors in, I know that you don't want to, but at least maybe set up an appointment with them and have a talk before the hearings. That might help, even if you brought some photos in.
okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did a good job, Trevor. Okay. Don, we have Rick Kaler.
Give you my handout.
Okay. Thank you. Gary, you got this.
Good morning. Don Puckett, appraiser, Equalization. This property is located at 132 East St. Anne Street in Old Robbinsdale. This was appealed to the local board, and the local board did uphold the current assessed value. The concern of the appellant is more from an equalization standpoint of how his property is being assessed in relation to others. So I'm going to touch on that a little bit as I go through my comps. The subject property, located at 132 East St. Anne, it was built in 1951. It's a ranch-style home with a small addition. It's 792 square feet. It's 2-bedroom and 1-bathroom, and has a 672 square foot detached garage. The current assessment on it is $136,800. And if we were to look at this property, it's sold in 2018, we'd be at 101.3 sales to assessment ratio. The best comparable for the property is the sale of the property itself, occurring in August of 2018 for $135,000. With a modest time adjustment on this property, I would get an adjusted sale price to bring the value of the property current to $142,000, which would put it at 96% of sales to assessment ratio. I have 4 comps that I'll go through very quickly. This is a very homogeneous neighborhood, and the comparables are all highly comparable. I have 319 Florman Street, sold in September of 2019 for $143,500. It is very similar to the subject, and it has half the garage area of the subject, and our sales to assessment ratio on this is 78%. Third comp, 140 East St. Anne Street, sold in May of 2019 for $132,300. It's the exact same house without the addition, so it's 120 square foot smaller, has half the garage area, and our sales to assessment ratio here is 78%. Now, that ratio is low. Subsequent to the sale, we found out the structure was in better condition than we prior thought it was, and our assessment would have been higher if we would have known about all the remodel work that had gone on inside the home. So, my fourth comp is at 2314 Fifth Street. It sold in 8 of 2019 for $163,000. It's 264 square foot bigger and has an extra half bath that the subject does not have. Our sales to assessment ratio on this one is 95%. And my final comp, 234 St. Francis Street, sold in January of 2019 for $122,000. This is the same house without the addition, so it's 124 square feet smaller, and it has a bit smaller garage. And our sales to assessment ratio on that is 85%. The range of adjusted sale price for the comparables comes in at $137,800 to $152,700. And once again, the current assessment is $136,800. There are always variations in sale price that are attributable to factors in the market which appraisers cannot put value on, things like buyer preference and life situations. Therefore, our sales to assessment ratios will never all be at the same percentage. In my handout, I plotted all of the 2019 sales to assessment ratios for this neighborhood to illustrate our median assessed value there at 95%. And we also look at the dispersion of our sales to assessment ratios, and we are well within the guidelines that we should be as far as the state requirements. I am asking the board to uphold the original 2020 assessed value of $136,800, the land value being $36,300 and the building $101,500.
Thank you, Don. Mr. Kaler?
Thank you. I'm going to take my mask off because it fogs my glasses.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler.
I just want to say that as a general certified appraiser in the past, I'm not active anymore, that I've worked with the staff here over decades, and they really do a good job. I typically will appeal a number of properties and get with them and typically work it out. I think this is the first time that I've ever appeared before you in probably decades. So I just want to hand it to them for the professional job they do. I can realize the misunderstandings that you and they have to endure with the appraisal process. So my appeal to you is based on that of equity, not fair market value. And I've just put some quick facts in front of you on the first sheet that I handed out. An MAI appraiser said that equity appeals are necessary when the market value of comparable properties is greater than the assessed value, and an appeal on market value would not be appropriate or productive. I'm not here to argue with you over the fair market value of this property. I think in that regards, the staff has done a good job. So equity is about fairness. And the South Dakota Constitution says, to the end that the burden of taxation may be equitable upon all property, and in order that no property which is made subject to taxation shall escape, taxes shall be uniform on all property. And the Department of Revenue, and I give you their site, states individuals have the right to ensure their properties being assessed at no more than market value, as well as assessed equitably in relationship to other properties. So that's the case that I'm making to you. And the second handout I have is the subject property. I stated the assessed value incorrectly there of the subject. It's 136.8, not 5. These are the 4 comps that Don used that were the best comparables to the subject property. And so they're all recent. She's gone through the sale prices and has also gone through the assessed values. And that's what really strikes me is here you have the 4 most comparable properties to this property. And on average, they're assessed at 82% of median value or 84% of average value. And these weren't my comps, they're the office's comps. And how do we say that this is equitable? How do we say that this is uniform? So that is my position, is that this house, I'm actually representing my daughter, is not assessed fairly to its best comps. And a lower assessed valuation would be warranted under the state constitution of uniformity and equity. And then the third handout, this is Don's original map, and I have added a dark green line to the middle of it that would suggest when you eyeball that and you see the 4 comps that are the most comparable to this property, that probably somewhere over 80% would be the uniform and equitable line on that map.
Any questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
this would probably be a question for Shannon. Shannon, he talks about it being at 84%, and I remember the conversations that we were having, you were trying to get the values up to 90, aren't we?
Our level of assessment this year is about 96%
Okay.
of sale price. We measure that by looking at all of the sales that sell and calculating the median. That 96% is all of the sales. Now, any selection, any random selection of sales, they're going to be different numbers. We're 96% overall.
Okay, thank you, Shannon, because that helps, because I think that's what he's saying, is that you pick 4 or 5 out and you do that average, it's going to change that percentage.
Yep, absolutely. Some are more than 96, some are less than 96.
Okay, that was a question I had. How many square foot's the building, the home? How many square foot's the home?
I don't have that top of
It's
mind.
not normally about 900, is it one level?
It's 792. It's a
792.
typical 2-bedroom Robbinsdale slab with a small addition.
792.
Yeah,
With no basement or anything?
no basement.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinick.
Rick, what would help me as an appraiser, you being an appraiser, if we had these assessed values, so we got the for sales, and we got the sale prices, could we calculate the sale price per square foot or the assessed value per square foot? That would probably help me try to figure out what to do here, because
Yeah,
I
we,
certainly see where you're coming from too.
we could have. I didn't feel that was highly relevant in the case that I was making. Just the fact that here are the four most recent sales. Here are the four best comparables to this property. And why are they assessed at between 82 and 84% of the market value? And this house is at 102.
Good question.
Don?
There's just as many of these sales that are over 95% as there are under 95%.
So why is his at 104? I mean,
I'm sorry.
what makes his different based on sales, or you don't, basically you don't calculate that way?
Well, as I mentioned to begin with, the property sold a year ago for $135,000. Typical appraisal practice, if you're using an older sale, is you would adjust for time. And with a modest time adjustment, again, adjusted sale price of $142,000, that would actually put his current assessment to the current sale price at 96% of market.
Well, Mr. Kaler, did you buy the house for 135 for your daughter, or did your daughter buy it for 135?
She bought it for 135. I happened to be the bank. But Don's point misses the point, because we could do an adjustment, the time adjustment and all the comps, and their fair market value today would all be higher. That's not my point. The point is they still would be assessed at the values that they're assessed at.
So how much was this property before you bought it for 135? What was it on the market for? Because it had to be on the market more than 135,000.
You know, my daughter and my wife did all the shopping, and I don't know. I really don't know what it was listed for. I'm sorry.
Because to me, on common sense, I guess, when buying something, if I bought it for 135, I know that that property was probably more, because I buy properties. It had to be more than 135, of course, most of the time. I'd say 98% of the time. And then what happened is they made a deal at 135. We are fixing up a house over on St. Charles. And right now, it's not assessed for much. And by the time we fix it up, of course, it's going to be worth a lot more. So I'd have to ask you, her comparables at 136.8, fair market value, and you bought that property for 135. I'm going to say that property was more than, of course, 136.8. What are you saying this property is worth today, sir, instead of 136?
I can't disagree with what Don has said. In
Right.
fact, 142 sounds good to me. That's not the case that I'm making.
Okay.
The case that I'm making is the four best comparables are assessed at 82 to 84% of value on the old values.
Right.
And it would be even lower than that if we used what would be market value for those properties.
Right.
And so my request is simply to make this assessment equitable and uniform with its best comparable properties. It's an issue of fairness as to why should the owner of this house be paying so much more in taxes based on a value that is 20 or 30% higher than its best comparables.
Well, what's crazy is it's assessed at 116.6 in 19, and you paid 135.
Yeah, and it would be just as crazy if any of these comparables sold today And it looks like we're talking about an increase, say, of 5%. So
Right.
that you take 319 Florman, arguably that probably would sell at 150,000, over 150 today, and its assessed value is 111.6.
So the assessed value on the other ones are assessed lower than, what is it? What, do you see what I'm saying, Don?
Yes, the assessed value of 319 Florman is 111.6. And once again, looking at 140 East St. Anne, it's assessed at 103.5. But there was items with that structure that we did not know about when we did our reappraisal in 2019. Then when the sale comes through, we find out it's been remodeled. That happens. We
Within the
don't get
year.
inside of every structure, so it
Right.
does happen. So we do have sales to assessment ratios from 78 to 95 on this sheet. I could have just as easily, this is a highly homogeneous neighborhood. I could have went in and found 4 higher sales to share with you. I didn't do that. The current assessed value is based on all of the sales within this neighborhood, not just these 4. These are just 4 that I brought to share with you.
Thank you. Any questions, board?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Drews?
I'd make a motion that we accept Don's recommendation.
Motion by Drews. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by DeSanto. Discussion?
Yeah, the only discussion is I think Rick's got a valid point. It's about equity. So,
Madam Chair,
Mr. DeSanto?
I believe he has a valid point too. However, I also believe that she could have brought up 4 other comparables that would have shown much higher percentage rates, that taking the average, that's where we come up.
Right.
In other words, just like she said, she could have found 4 others that were appraised at a higher value at the 95% level and made that comparison today as well. That's the only thing that's convincing me that this is appropriate, is that just because she chose those 4 comparables for this particular piece of property, she could have come in with 4 other comparables that were at 95% of the sales.
Well, I think, and you can ask her why she chose them, is because they were the most comparable to the subject property, and they were the most recent sales.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah.
They're highly comparable to the subject property, but as I said, this is a very homogeneous neighborhood. They're going to all be very comparable. They're going to require minimal adjusting to the sale price to predict a value for the subject.
Nothing makes sense on this to me anyway, because again, you started at 2019, 116, and then
I'm kind
this year it's
of in between a rock and a hard
136.
spot, but I do a compromise.
Can I say one more thing?
Ms. Don?
He quoted the Constitution and talked about equity. And yes, that is what we do, equalize values, putting properties at their market value. Equity can be defined in a broad term, or it can be as it's very specifically defined in our office. And uniformity and equity is something we address through statistical analysis. And the statistics that we run on this neighborhood are good. Our assessments are equitable.
Yeah.
The dispersion in the sale prices is well within range of what the state requires we be at.
Yes. Mr. Gaylor?
I guess I just have to rely on the spirit of the Constitution, is uniformity and equity. And I appreciate what a tough job that is. And when you have a homeowner who is being told, well, you need to pay 30% more than your neighbors, that isn't equitable and it's not uniform. So I would be very interested in hearing the Commissioner Roskinick's.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Roskinek?
I was on the same side where Rick is for a number of years, and if I couldn't use sales to do my point, I would use equity, and it's just a technique that you can use. And Rick did the research, and he found the weak link in the chain, I think.
Well,
So I'll do a compromise.
you said we could base it on sales or equity. I'm looking at sales, so, you can go both ways. So, any other discussion?
Madam Chair, Rick, you bring up a good point. If you're going to do a comparable, its assessment should be around the same. It looks tough. But I go back to you paid 135 for it. You looked at the property, walked around it, and you're very well educated. You know your funding. You wouldn't have gave 135 for it if you didn't think it was worth them. Do we need to do some work on this backside, as you just pointed out? I think so, probably. But I think the 130, Ron's talking, I struggle with the 772 square foot, 135. I do, I really do, because I've got properties over there too, and I'm going, wow. But, you paid it. I mean, you had the time to do the research and understand what's going on in the neighborhood. You know that, all that stuff. And I don't think you would have, so I struggle with the compromise of I would go with the 135 because that's what the sale price was. That's what he felt it was worth and so forth. But that's where I'm kind of mad. But on the other spectrum, I very much get what you said, and that's going to be something I want to look at in the future.
And with all due respect, when I'm looking at the market value of a property, I'm not paying any attention to the assessed value. The assessed value has nothing to do with the market value of a property. And it wouldn't have mattered to me if the assessed value was 70,000 or 150,000. Now, if it'd been 150,000 and I bought it for 135, I'd be here and I'd be arguing market value.
Yeah.
But it's just not an issue at all in the mind of a buyer. At least a knowledgeable buyer is going to pay market value.
Yeah, I look at the assessments when I buy a property just for a simple fact because I know the banks do.
Yeah, and I look at it all, and we have like 43 properties, so, that's why it doesn't make sense to me if it, just the jump
Madam Chair.
from 1 year and you paid 116 was assessed, like you said, and then you paid 135. Most of the time, those assessments are lower than what you can get a house for. I'll just tell you that just from buying them, unless we buy condemned ones or ones that people are related, then it's cheaper. But other than that, then we're seeing them lower. How about that?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
Rick,
Wentz?
you're a really busy individual. What made you take the time to do this?
Like I said, I find the staff is usually incredibly reasonable. And I have appealed a number of properties in the past on equitable and uniform. And it is a very valid argument. I mean, it's a legal precedent. And just the fact that the assessed values were so far off is what, I guess, when we're looking at the dollar amounts, maybe not so much, but as far as the increase in taxes, but it means something to my daughter. But it's a principle. It's just a legal principle of law that says
Mr.
we
Cater,
got to be equitable.
is the assessments far off by usually lower than they are higher? Am I correct?
Typically, when I'm looking at things, the assessed values are lower than what market is.
Me
It's
too,
just
sir.
the gargantuan task that the staff has of trying to keep up with market value and mass appraisal.
Right. And I don't think I've ever seen a assessment that has, I've always bought properties a lot of times higher than assessment, not much, or around that price, depending on what condition the house is in. So most of the time I found that the assessments are close unless, like I said, they have to fix the house up or something's wrong. Then, of course, then you work a deal with the person based on the integrity of the house, so.
And of course, I probably have the advantage of having an appraisal background. I find residential assessments are usually closer than commercial assessments, which can be
True.
a huge variation.
Of course, income
But
comes
again,
in.
assessed value is not something that I use as any indication of what I'm going to pay for a property.
Okay, thank you, sir. You do have a motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries with 1 no. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Kaler.
Thank you.
We have two property owners that are here and one on the phone still left to do.
Okay,
Ketron Village Apartments is Mr. Letner. He's here. R3 will speak on that.
Bettner is the name?
Yep.
Okay,
But it's Ketron Village on the schedule.
yes, sir. R3 first and then Mr. Lettner.
Good morning again. This is property 69857. It's valued at $985,900, $34,800 per acre. It's 28.33 acres. It's only a portion of a certain property here. There's the one up to on the picture is in the right-hand corner of that subject property that's shown there. It goes along with it. It's another 32.25 acres. It's 60.58 acres altogether that Mr. Letner owns. And we've talked about it many times and went through city board. And it has to be sold altogether. Having trouble with my mask here. It has to be sold altogether, not just with one portion of the property, because of legal descriptions and so forth, and so forth. So, as I said, we have it's 28.33 acres and at 34,800 per acre on that parcel. Together, they come out to $1,031,600, and the 60.58 acres is $17,029 per acre. Having trouble here. There are some comparable properties that we have. 66900 is the ID number, and it's the assessed value on it is $598,300. That's $16,478 per acre. It's 36.31 acres. And another one is item number 51681. It's the assessed value is $657,800. It's assessed at $20,000 per acre, 32.89 acres. Another one is ID number 56285, assessed at $693,400. This is just to the north of this very property that we have right there. And it's 23.61 acres, and it's $29,369 per acre. And the last one is item number 41262. $320,000 is the assessed at $16,000 per acre. It's 20 acres. There is really no access to that one. And there's not real good access to the first one that I gave. It's was part of Copper Ridge, and it's behind there, just to the west of that, where they built the Copper Ridge Apartments, and so forth. But yeah, that's not working very good. Thank you. And the property. There's a property down just to the south of this very tract that's shown on the screen there, is Doyle Estes's and so forth. It's only 8.91 acres, but he's asking actually $9 a square foot for it. And it's a different situation than the subject property by far, and because he can sell it, and it is a lot, and Mr. Lettner's is not. The whole 60 acres has to be sold all in one parcel, just because of legal things about it. And together, though, we're at like the 17,029 per acre, and that's comparable with these other parcels. If you want to bring them up on the screen, I can pull them, give them the ID numbers again, but.
I think we're okay, R3.
Okay, if you're
Thank
okay,
you.
that's fine.
Okay,
But I think what we have is a fair number.
thank you, R3.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Drews.
question for R3. Tell me about the Promise Road that's platted. Is that property actually owned by the same entity here?
Promise Road?
Right. Is that what I see is dividing that property?
Promise Road comes in there, but it's not developed whatsoever. And this property, the subject property doesn't have water and sewer to it and so forth. And Promise Road is not developed, and I don't know that it, when it will be, I guess. I'm not sure of that. It's in there, yes. It's on the map that way, but it's,
What's Promise Road, that line to the
yeah,
right there?
right there. Yes, right there.
Oh,
That
okay, that.
she's showing there.
Okay. So
And it's
not-
in there, but it's,
not developed.
nothing's ever been developed on this and so forth. We have a couple of tracks just to the right-hand side of the blue area there that sold a while back. 3-4 years ago, I believe, for $290 a square foot. Each of those are 5-acre tracts. And the reason that this subject property has a higher value, it seems like, is because Mr. Lettner has actually graded some of that area just to the south, southeast corner there, and so forth. And we used 5 acres at $3 a square foot, and then we used the $1.75 up by for 5 acres there because it's a flatter area, and when that area does get developed, somebody can easily build in that area also.
So that's all buildable space, R3, even with the trees and everything in there?
Well, no, you can see the trees that come down in that blue area, in that rectangle area there.
Yep.
And that's all at 13 cents a square foot.
Okay.
We only valued 5 acres out of that whole thing, and it's more than 5 acres actually.
Okay.
For Mr. Lettner, he was thinking about maybe building apartments there. I don't know what his intention is anymore, but the other 2 tracks just to the right-hand side of that are each 5 acres, a little bit over, and they were purchased for $290 a square foot, and I believe in 14.
Okay.
And
Thank you,
and so
R3.
forth. So,
okay, Mr. Lettner, thank you, R3.
Good morning, Jim Lettner. You got a little bit of a rundown on that property. I want to visit with you a little bit about assessed and appraised values. I heard you guys discussing that earlier. We purchased this in 2012 for $350,000, 60 acres that includes the blue shaded area as well as 32 acres to the north that's in a different section that they can't include in one tax ID number. When we purchased it, I saw an appraisal from the lender in excess of $1 million. When we purchased it, the director of equalization had this property assessed for something close to twice what we purchased it for, $700,000 or $800,000. This parcel of ground was owned by a bank after they foreclosed on Hamilton when he was going to do Walmart up there. They had been sitting on it for 2 or 3 years, and they'd had it for sale on the market, on the multiple listing, with the for sale sign out there for 2 or 3 years. Banks, not all, banks generally have to sell real estate when they own it because the regulators will not allow them to own it. So what they do is continually drop the price. They dropped that price over the course of 3 years, and and I'd been paying attention to it, and when it got down below $400,000, we made an offer, and we paid within 90% of what the asking price was that was available to everybody who ever drove past that on Highway 16 and Catron Boulevard. What has happened since then is all the other 3 quadrants have been graded and improved substantially. Generally, what we've seen is an enormous amount of value in those quadrants as a result of the millions of dollars of work that has been done. Our quadrant has not had that work done. I would be delighted if I were like the majority of the people who come here and say, geez, we paid $350,000, and which is what I did when I first went to the Director of Equalization, and they started jumping it up 10% and 20%. And finally last year, they like doubled it or tripled the assessed value. I went to the city, they lowered it back to the previous year. Went to the city, again, they lowered it back to the previous year. Now, the Director of Equalization has brought it to you guys. Raw land with development potential is not like a home in Robbinsdale. It's not like a condominium up at Sandstone Ridge. It is enormously unique. The reason this property didn't sell is because it has an enormous number of issues, and we paid a price that is commensurate with those issues, and those issues still exist today. This parcel of land is unplatted, and I've tried explaining this the best that I can, and still a lot of people don't get it. They see a parcel, they assume that it's transferable. It's not transferable. That legal description is of the nature of what you have seen in the 1800s when the state was incorporated. It's a broken down section. You know, a section 640 acres, a quarter of a section is 160 acres, a quarter section. That land is described that way. It's an unplatted balance. As a result, to even plat it, to be able to pull a building permit for this, I have to go to the city, and doing that inspires subdivision improvements. Those subdivision improvements essentially make me grade the majority of that quadrant as well as construct the promised road that you're asking about. Those are H lots. That is something that the Department of Transportation that can do, that no, as far as I know, any other governing entity can do. They plop them down in the middle of town, and they cause an enormous amount of trouble because they didn't do any sort of engineering study. That promised road, in fact, all of that, connecting all of that in there requires an enormous effort, and it's the same level of effort that was done on the other 3 quadrants. I don't know what to tell you other than we paid $350,000. I realize that there has been a lot of activity on the other quadrants, but nothing has changed on that quadrant that would justify this assessed value that's 3 times what we paid for that property in 2012.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
what's zone? We didn't talk about zoning.
So of this parcel, a portion of it's commercial and a portion of it's MDR. But the problem is nobody knows how that land can be used until I go to pull a building permit or, get further into the development process. Where I'm at with this right now, we've been sitting on this because some of you may know the DOT wants to fix Catron and 16. It is on their radar. I don't know.
It's going to be a single point interchange.
They've got two different.
They're leaning towards single point.
And I don't, is that the
6 to 8 years.
Is that the what?
It'll be 6 to 8 years. It'll probably be a single point.
Does that mean that there'll be an overpass?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the more expensive. When I went to one of their meetings, and if that happens, do you see Tucker Street up there? It's in the way of the overpass. So the DOT is going to have, the DOT and the city and the property owners are going to have to collectively work together to fix that quadrant, to get rid of Tucker Street, construct Promise Road, get it tied into Wellington so that they can do this $20 million improvement to that intersection. I recognize that that's got to happen, and I'm willing to sit on this land waiting for a comprehensive solution, because I believe when that does happen, I believe that the state will participate in it, and I believe that the city will probably participate, and I believe that the landowners will, and I think that we're going to spend millions of dollars making that work, and I think in that case, the value is going to be there. But until that work is done, it is purely speculative. It's as speculative today as it was when I purchased it in 2012.
How about
You know, your question about zoning, so part of it's commercial, part of it's MDR. I can't, in order to even sell the commercial part or the MD, either one, I have to plat it. But platting it inspires this, you know, $1 million+ worth of infrastructure.
Madam Chair? Okay, so how about assemblage? What if Doyle bought that stuff right to the south, Lot AR of Needles subdivision, I believe? And if he's trying to get 9, he could pay $1 a square foot for yours, just hypothetically. Could he do that? Means he's already got a platted lot.
I can't.
That'd be this one. That's Doyle's, and this is Tony Marshall's.
You mean if he could buy a portion of mine for $1 a square foot? Could he do that?
I'm saying if he's got $9 a square foot property, that's what he's asking, and he could buy your 28. I'm just conversation, and he could buy your 28 for $1 a square foot, and you know, so that he would assemble his lot AR of Needles to one large lot.
Yeah, so that's a good question, and I don't want to speak for the city, and it's probably not fair to, because I asked them that question. Black Hills Federal Credit Union owns that's 1 acre lot just to the north of Tucker Street. And I said, okay, look, if I buy this from the credit union, will you allow me to enlarge all of that parcel so that I have a platted lot that I can sell? And they told me, no, you cannot do that. You cannot enlarge another parcel of land without inspiring the subdivision improvements. But that's what they told me. I cannot answer that. They're not here. I would be happy to have them be part of this discussion.
All right.
It's incredibly confusing.
I guess
You can make a lot bigger in the city without platting it. It's the minute you actually unplat it, meaning if you wanted to subdivide. So you wouldn't be subdividing, you would be adding to your lot. So they shouldn't be making you do the subdivision regs or do anything different if you're just, unless, like I said, you're gonna do something on that lot. But if you're gonna make it a bigger lot, I was in the city, they shouldn't make you have to do any subdivision regs unless, like I said, the minute you showed that you're gonna do something on those lots, then they'd make you, put subdivision regulations. So if you're adding and making a bigger lot, they won't. If you are subdividing a lot, then they will. Because then they're gonna think you're gonna, make a subdivision.
Well, that isn't the information that they gave to me. They told me
Okay.
that I couldn't have Black Hills Federal Credit Union and use that platted lot to incorporate more land to have a larger lot. And you might be right. I can't answer that question.
Madam Chair.
I guess.
Commissioner.
So that's Rapid City Planning. They're the ones that said you can't do that.
Actually, it was Cale at Spurlick Engineering because I asked him. Now that I think about it.
So,
it was Cale
but
at
they don't have the final say, do they? Doesn't that have to go in front of the Rapid City Council, who has the final say whether or not that would be permissible upon a vote?
I think the plats are usually handled at Planning Commission. And I think a small one like that, a minor plat,
Right.
can be done in-house without having to be,
Yeah.
So
without having to go to Planning Commission.
what do you think it's worth, I guess? I guess I didn't see that.
I guess what I think a fair valuation is something commensurate with what we paid for it, increased at what every other property in Pennington County has increased over the last 7 years. Not something that's.
I just put 12% a year in my head.
Which brings it to what?
686. 8 years, 12%. That's 96. 350 times 196%, 686,000.
Shannon, can you point out that Tucker Road for me?
Right here. See it right there? Right there.
Oh,
now I see it, okay.
Oh, I see it, okay.
Tucker Street.
Well,
We're right in the middle
all
of
my
those
other
three bare lots.
properties certainly haven't increased at 12% per year.
I'm just trying to find a compromise.
Well, I mean, I can take you around Pennington County and show you unplatted parcels that are assessed for 14,000, 7,000. In fact, out at Hart Ranch, but they let them construct all the infrastructure, leave a 300-acre unplatted balance, and then when they want to sell lots, all they have to do is have a surveyor go in and survey the lots, and then the assessment goes from $6,000 an acre to $100,000 an acre.
So when you sell it, you sell this property, we won't let you make more than 686,000 on the property. Because we're assessed at 686, you can't go over that because based on sales, right? We shouldn't, take my word for it, at 60 acres, you're gonna make more than $686,000 depending on how much you sell that property for, is what I'm saying. Even the commercial property up front. How much are the lots going for up front, guys? Anybody know?
Where? Here?
Yeah, down 16.
Okay.
How much are you buying a lot for?
Look, he'll tell you.
This one sold for $10 a square foot.
Tell me the total amount.
$10, well, I just know square foot. So that's 10. These are the ones that are gonna be around 8. This is gonna be Big D Oil, 850.
They're $8.50 to $10.
Hanny bought this, if you took all the stuff that he bought, it was about $3 a square foot.
So yours is $2.90 per square foot is what you figured, R3, or what did you figure it for? I'm sorry, there's another person.
What it was purchased, $2.90 a square foot.
$2.90 a square
Then he
foot?
had to put all the,
It's what you,
then he had to do all the excavating and
Right.
utilities.
what you figured it for?
The assessment on all 60 acres is 39 cents a square foot.
39 cents?
Yes.
About 22,000 an acre.
17,029 per acre.
So you're getting 22,000 a lot?
I'm sorry. First of
Per
all,
acre?
let's take a step back. The majority of this property is in a ravine. There's 100 feet of relief across this property.
Yeah, there is.
That it's completely unfair to suggest that this is the same starting point as anything on those other quadrants.
Some are, but some aren't. Like the bear one is, the one with the trees and stuff, he put it at 13 cents, he said.
Yeah, but what he's including is that 32 acres to the north there. That's assessed for the same value as the ravine that goes just to the east of it. Can you see that ravine that goes to the east? It's the same value.
But he's charging you 13 cents, if I'm correct, for the,
overall assessed value of the property is 39 cents a square foot.
yes,
There's some of it that's flat and level. There is a huge ravine, but the property overall is assessed at 39 cents, taking into account the ravine and all of the other issues. So
Okay.
that's why the big difference between 39 cents a square foot and $10 a square foot.
okay.
Location and terrain.
So most people are getting, like you said, $8, $9 a square foot, and you're assessed at 39 cents.
But let's just take a step back.
I think that is.
The $10 per square foot is a post-development value. Ron just said it was $2.90 per square foot.
No, Hanny, when he bought the 3 pieces, before he got into excavating, it was about $2.93 a square foot. And now his finished turnkey lots with paving and infrastructure,
Almost triple.
about $8 to $10 a square foot, just pointing that out.
Right, and that's fair, and believe me, I hope that happens, and I wish that Hanny would come to me and give me $2.90 a square foot. I'd gladly take it from him. But this has got more challenges than that quadrant. He never spoke
That's why
to
you're
me.
39 cents, sir, instead of 2.90. That's the average, because there's 13 cents in the ravine area, there's 13 cents per square foot and not 290. That's, or, what'd you say, 39 cents. He went from 13 to 39 cents.
This issue's getting confused. What is the blue portion that we're here talking about? What's that assessed for?
What?
The blue portion that we're talking about, how much is that assessed?
Okay, guys, hold on a sec, sir. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah,
Not, do we
That's
have
a
a motion?
legitimate question, what he's asking right now.
Okay.
Jim, of that 60 acres, what would you say is at some point in time in the future developable? Half?
If the road gets in and gets graded, no, I don't think half of it will be. That's a 100-foot ravine. I don't even see how that can get tied together without coming down through Doyle Estes' property.
Okay.
So what we don't know, we don't know. That stuff to the north, I mean, that 32 acres to the north, what did you say it's worth? I mean, at this average valuation.
Just to the north of it?
Yeah, I mean.
It's at 29,369 per acre.
And
23.61 acres.
the stuff we're talking about is assessed for like $35,000 an acre, so I'm presuming that's 80 or 90 cents a square foot, correct?
Okay.
I mean, that's what we're talking about. He's including the other portion that we purchased, which I had to buy that. I didn't have a choice. Well, basically what we've graded there is what we thought we could maybe use. But who knows whether in the infrastructure design criteria manual, it says that you can't have more than 40 housing units on a dead-end road. If that road system isn't constructed, I don't even know that there could be more than 40 housing units in
Thank you,
there.
Mr. Lettner. Any questions for Mr. Lettner?
No.
Is there a motion? Ron, did you have a motion before?
I just, there again, I'm caught between a rock and a hard spot. Actually, the most solid information we got is the $350,000 they paid for it in 2012. And then if you throw 12% a year on that for 8 years, that's where, as an appraiser, that's from my comfort level.
Okay, so that's your
Because
motion?
that would be my motion.
Okay, is there a second on 686? There a second? Okay, nope. Back to the original motion to accept the 985, 900.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Drews?
a question for Commissioner Roskinick. The 12%, has that been, do you think that's been reasonable over the course of the last 7 years then?
I would say that that's a pretty aggressive number, 12%. Not conservative.
What would be the conservative number?
Probably 6% annual.
I'd be much more comfortable with that than I would be the 12.
I probably would too.
Make that motion.
What is that number then at 6%?
Figuring it out.
6%, Ron, what is the number?
Ron.
So Drews made the motion at 6 and Santo seconded.
What would be the value?
Hold on just a sec. The land,
If I did it right, 476.
476,000?
That would
That's
make
your motion,
sense.
Mr. Drews?
That'd be my motion.
Second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Thank you. Motion passes. That land is going to be worth a lot more than that.
Mr. Whalen is not going to come in. We'll have a recommendation on that property. We still have a guy that
Property is ID number 41256. This is at 1601 Mount Rushmore Road. It's a strip mall on Mount Rushmore Road. And Mr. Vidal and I have talked quite a bit here in the last, couple, 3 weeks, month, and so forth about this. Our valuation on this is $711,800. And that's $102 a square foot. And it was built in 1987, this strip mall. It's 7,000 square feet. And the building valuation only without the land is $44.77. We did have a recommendation that we were going to recommend at City Board and of 674,100. I've since talked with Mr. Vidal there and taken a look at the income approach some more and our cost approach some more. And I came out with a different recommendation for this property right now of $619,700.
Mr. Vidal, were you in agreement with R3's recommendation? Come on up. Come on up, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vidal.
Yeah, talking Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd want to make one adjustment to that I don't think R3 put into his calculations that an appraiser normally would put into his calculations, and if he did, I think I would probably be agreeable to the number that would result from that.
Okay.
That adjustment, and correct me if I'm wrong, R3, would be for the expenses that the landlord would have to pay because of the vacancies that occur at this property. I don't think R3 accounted for those expenses that the landlord would have to pay. Those would lower the net income, and as a result, the value would be lowered also.
So what was your assessment, Mr. Vidal?
I came up with $583,000, I think.
Yes, I believe so. Something like that anyway.
So we're close.
Well,
Are you in agreement with him, R3, on his assessment?
You want to go through them?
well, we didn't agree entirely on all that, but I did. But I did. I mean, we do have a lot more information going down through here, and so forth. And I redid the income approach, and Mr. Vidal has 19% vacancy in that property and has had for the last 3 years. And so I even used the 19% there. I used another 8% or 7% for management and reserves. And then I did use $3,739 for CAMA expense.
Okay, those are not numbers you talked to me yesterday about.
Yeah, and
so what'd you
forth.
come up with?
Well, $619,700 is what I came up with.
Can you what did you use for potential gross income?
74,317, and I used $12.99 on the pizza place. I used $11.75 actual rents, $11.75 on one, $7.28 on one, $9.70 on one, $11.25 on one, and $9.86 on one. And those are the current rents right now.
What you use for the vacancy that we currently have?
19%.
No, the rent for the vacancy. The suite 3, you had to assume a rent that we could get for that. It's currently vacant. What did you assume we could get for that suite?
For 3?
Well,
I used.
Can I look at your notes?
Yeah. Well, look at them here. I don't know. Here would be 2, 3. This would be 1, 2, 3, 970. 970 is what. Those are the current rents that I know of.
Yeah, 970 would be the last rent we were able to
Yep.
to get on that suite, and it was a lot of months ago. Okay. Then
I use 19%.
19%. That. 7%. What's that number? What is that?
Management and reserves.
And you used what for that?
I should have been, I used 9.7.
That's 3%. No,
Yeah,
that's very, very.
um,
Normally, the management
okay.
fee should be 5%,
Yeah.
and most people will use 3% for a capital reserve.
Go R3.
I can take 1 minute here, I'm sorry.
You're okay, R3.
So when I look at this, Madam Chair, I look at how I did it with 7,000 square feet. I'm just taking into consideration, some of the problems that you've got with losing that access up Mount Rushmore Road.
Yes.
$9 a square foot. Then I take that times 95, that'd be 5% vacancy. And I take that times 95%, which would factor 5% for management and reserves, legal, accounting, etc. And then I capped it at 9%.
You used a $9 per square foot
Just
rent, and
at
that, the 5% vacancy would be possible.
That's why I just, in my own mind, I thought, with your vacancy problem, the 9%, or the $9 a square foot, you're going to have less vacancy. That was
Yes,
just
I would
something I
agree with
did in my
that.
head.
At the rents, R3's quoting you, which are the rents that we've been trying to get, we've shown an average vacancy rate of 19% over the last year. The reason this has all changed, or the reason we're coming in for this lower value, is because we lost our direct access from Mount Rushmore Road. They moved it clear up by Wilson School, and where the people on Mount Rushmore Road can't even see it. When they're coming through the intersection with Franklin Street at 35 miles an hour, they're going to be lost. And then they're going to have to go totally around Wilson Park to come back and look for the access. And what we've noticed, and the reason I'm coming to you, is that our rents have drastically dropped since that happened, and our vacancy rates have drastically gone up. And that's why we're trying to figure out, okay, what can we get for rents? What will the vacancy rates be? And as Mr. Roskinek is saying, if we lower our rents, we have a better chance of having a lower vacancy rate.
R3,
Yes.
How'd you do?
what'd you come
I
up
came
with?
out with 580,500. What did you come out with, Mr. Roskinek?
Close enough.
And Mr. Vidal said 583,000.
Yeah, that's what it actually comes out to on that. I averaged the cost approach and the income approach, though,
did you?
in order to come up with a little bit higher number.
I'm very accurate with my numbers, so I will add sales tax to the management fees. So I take it right down to the penny.
So I'll make the motion at 583,000 for the
Second?
assessment. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Next, we have Matt Selling from Jamada or something LLC.
Let's see.
Is he on the phone?
Joan's getting him on the phone. Let's go to Mr. Whalen. Rod has a recommendation. Whalen is
Okay.
not coming in.
Rod,
Hello. Good morning still? We're not afternoon yet?
afternoon now. 3 minutes.
So I do have a recommendation. We're on property tax ID 61926, Michael Whalen. Total value of $375,000, and so that comes to $46,600 on land, $328,400 on the building. Mr. Whalen is in agreement with that, and he's not appearing today.
Okay, that'd be my motion. Is there a second?
Excuse me, give me that number again.
375,000.
For discussion, Shannon, what brought you down from 421.8? What brought you to that?
Rod.
So this,
Rod.
this particular property is overbuilt for the area. I believe it's over 2,500 square foot in Robbinsdale, so it's a very large house. It's a new house. It's also on the corner, it's on East Minnesota Street, right where it comes off Fifth Street, so it's a very high traffic area as well. So we made additional adjustments for being overbuilt and having traffic influence. So that was part of the reason. Mr. Whalen was also in the process of getting an appraisal done. And so after he got that appraisal, we got a number that we felt was also fair. So that's how we arrived at that.
That makes
Nice,
perfect
Rod.
sense. Okay, thank you.
Motion made by
Appreciate
me,
it.
second by DeSanto. All in favor, say aye.
Repeat the
Sorry.
motion, please.
Approval,
What was the motion? For what amount?
375.
As I read it, it's 421.8.
Yes, but he lowered it because
He lowered it
High
from the
traffic and-
421.8
yes,
to,
Rod did.
Right. The original document that you're looking at,
yeah,
we had prepared that weeks ago. We were waiting on some new information,
Okay.
which just came Friday. So I couldn't get that change into your hands until just telling you right now.
okay.
Sorry, Mr.
I'm
Drews, I
fine.
thought you heard him.
That's 375 even?
Yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks, Rod.
Yeah.
I didn't.
You did do that.
Okay, great. Okay, now we're
Matt,
gonna,
selling
yeah, we're gonna back up. It's Jemida or something like that on the
LLC,
schedule.
and its name is Matt.
R3? Yeah. And Matt, I heard him, so he must be able to hear us.
Okay. And Matt, we're gonna have R3 speak first, and then we'll have you speak, sir.
I was doing the same thing, I'm looking.
Did you catch that, Matt?
Yes, I was told the assessor is going to make their presentation first.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, I will wait for them.
Yeah, no, it sure didn't.
Okay, this property is ID number 61907. It's in the name of Jemida LLC. It's 2311 Dakota Craft Drive in the industrial park north of Cabela's. And everything, as on my sheet there, we have a last sale of $1,500,000. That's sold in March 28th of 2018. We have an assessed value of $1,471,700. I do have comparable sales and so forth here. And the subject property is built in 2017. It's 20,000 square feet, 3.3 acres. And again, the sale price is $75 per square foot. And one comp, there's number 36303. It's a recent sale of 12/4 of 19 for $610,000. It's $30.59 per square foot. But and on my sheet there, I have it as built 1876. That's not quite right. It built in 1976. So it's quite a bit older than the subject property by far, and it doesn't have the height or anything to it either. And is not that comparable, actually. Another sale that we have is 2441 Dakota Craft Drive, right out in that area. It's built in 2009. It's 12,800 square feet, 1.38 acres, a little bit less than there. And quite a bit less square footage than the subject property. Also, the lot is half the size. It sold for $89.84 a square foot. Comparable number 3 was 52645, built in 2001. It's 15,000 square feet, a little less than the subject. 1.23 acres, which is less than that. Sold in 12 of 17 for $1,110,074 a square foot. 2450 Taggart Road is 58216 is the ID number, built in 2018. It's 18,000 square feet. It's a couple thousand less than that. The subject, 3.6 acres, similar type acres. Um, this was a building permit cost actually. On this is a new property and it was not a sale. I'm sorry, but the building permit was $115.49 per square foot. Um, Matt gave me a couple of comparables that he had and so forth. One were over in Blackhawk, and I'm not that familiar. They're in Meade County, so we don't assess those. One is 19,000 square feet, and it sold for 1,385,000, 72.89 per square foot. And the other one is in Blackhawk and sold for 533,000, 51.25 a square foot, and it's only 10,400 square feet. I don't know too much about those last two. Mr. Selling, we can maybe can tell you about those. I believe, but from the 2 or 3 sales that we have right here in this county and out in that area, our value at $75 a square foot is a good number.
Thank you. Mr. Sellings?
Hi there. Can everyone hear me okay before I get too far into this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I will walk you through the information that we provided. It's about a 40-page document. I'll try and be as quick as possible. I understand there's some time constraints today. And then I'll go with a rebuttal to Richard, some of the sales that R3 provided. So I'm going to skip to page 3. All the information about the subject property is correct. 20,000 square feet, 3.3 acres, built in 2018. So page 3 is our income capitalization approach. So we're doing an income approach to value. The potential base rent that we're using is $4.60 per foot.
Matt?
And you can see.
Matt?
Yes.
We don't have what you're talking about. Your book, is that just what you're looking at? Because we don't have that.
I think it's right here in the bottom of this.
Okay. Richard, did you ever receive this?
I did receive that, Matt. I did not make copies, all 41 pages or 45 pages of that lease for the property. I did not make copies for everybody here.
So Matt, when you're going through these pages, just kind of point out to us what you're looking at, because we don't have those, and just remember, we don't have your papers, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's unfortunate, but I guess it'll just be verbal testimony then. So the potential base rent in this income approach that we're using is $4.60 per foot. And this is the actual rent that the tenant is paying in this building. This lease, the building was built in 2018. This lease was signed in October of 2018. So it's very recent. And we provided the full lease, which, of course, you can't see, but, there's 35 pages of this lease showing that the base rent is $4.60 per foot. The additional rent is just the triple net expenses, so there's no percentage of gross sales on top of this. This is the full rent that the property is achieving. Then we go on to take 5% for market vacancy, which is pretty standard and low, especially considering what's going on in our economy right now. Of course, that's after the data value. I won't get into that. But 5% is a good standard, and this is a reason why we take that out. Less operating expenses. So I am just looking at non-triple net expenses because the owner pays the triple net, the tenant pays the triple net. So I'm taking out a 5% from the base rent for other stuff that the owner has to, such as management fee, replacement reserves, examples that the owner takes care of.
Yes, sir.
So essentially that's 10% off our potential base rent, and we're generating a net operating income of $4.05 per foot, which is roughly $81,000 a year. And I'm capitalizing that on an 8.5% cap rate. And I've supported that with some sales comps, which I'll get into later. But I believe an appropriate cap rate is 8.5. Maybe we could go a little bit lower to an 8 or a 7.5% cap rate. However, the sale that the value that the county has assessed this property would indicate a cap rate of just above 5%. And that is a very, very low cap rate. We don't even see those cap rates, Class A markets like for industrial, Seattle, Chicago, very top Class A markets. That's where you see 5% cap rates. In Class B and C markets, they're closer to 6, 7. In Rapid City, it's probably closer to an 8.5. And I think I've supported that well with sales comps that we'll see later. So using the net operating income of $4.05 per foot with our 8.5% cap rate indicates our requested value today, which is $953,294, which is roughly $47.66 per foot. So that's the income approach. The next pages I was going to show you is the lease agreement, which I've talked about. We included the full copy. So everything's there. I believe Richard said he already looked at this. So I'm going to scroll past the lease agreement to where I included some sales that I think are comparable to the subject. So I've included 4 sales. They're all within 6 miles from the subject, I believe, maybe 7. So of these 4 sales, I believe Richard included all of them in his analysis. So if you have his sales in front of you, my sales are number 1, number 2, number 5, and number 6.
We do not.
The sales Richard used that I would not have included were number 3 and number 4. So number 3 was 1331 Jess Street. I looked up that sale in CoStar, and it was a portfolio sale in December. I think it was December 2017. I can get back to that in CoStar if we need to verify that. But I think it was December 2017. There were 7 properties involved. Only one of those properties was in South Dakota. The other, there were 2 in Minnesota, 2 in North Dakota, and 2 in Wisconsin.
So Matt, this is Deb. Matt, didn't you buy this property at $1,500,000 at $75 a square foot?
So we represent the tenant here. The owner apparently paid $1.5 million. However, I'll address this now. I don't see that sale in CoStar. All the other sales that we're going to talk about were in CoStar, and they have marketing material there. As they were on the open market for a certain amount of time, trying to attract the highest price. Right? That's a market sale. The property we're talking about today had no information about that sale in CoStar. And given that the property was recently built, I think it had something to do with the development of the property. So it may have been a pre-negotiated amount of $1.5 million from the developer to the current landlord. Quite frankly, we don't know what other conditions were involved.
So what are you saying?
We don't know what conditions were there because none of this information was marketed.
So Matt, what are you saying the property's worth at this time for assessment? What are you saying that number is?
Say that again.
What are you saying this property in 2020, the value should be assessed at?
I think it should be assessed at the $953,300, which is $48 a foot.
Okay.
And that's based on the income approach with, the actual lease rate from October 2018. And we're using a market cap rate. The market cap rate is based on these 4 sales. So I'll run through those 4 sales really quickly. I talked about the portfolio sale that Rick included. That shouldn't be involved. Number 4 of his sales batch was also, he said it was not a sale. That was just the building permit, so I don't think that should be considered. And then the 4 that I did include, that we both included, I in this package that you guys can't see, I included the marketing material. They were all marketed by Keller Williams Realty in Black Hills. So there's several pages of each of these properties with information showing what type of power, what square foot of office, how many bathrooms, the height, the dock doors, all this information. And the best information that they include is the lease rates. So they show what the lease rate is. They show what the sales price is. So this first sale, 2441 Dakota Craft, was asking for an 8.22% cap rate. Based on the lease rate and the sales price that they were asking for, that's an 8.2% cap rate. The second sale, once I scroll down to it, each marketing brochure is about 4 or 5 pages, so it has a lot of great information on it. The second sale on Qual Road, this is one of the ones in Blackhawk, but they show a sales price and a lease rate that indicates a 10.7% cap rate. Of course, that is a smaller building. It doesn't have quite the ceiling height, and it's a little bit older. But 10.7 is far and away different than the 5% that we're currently assessed at. The third property has sold for $610,000, and they're showing an indicated rent of, it's on the brochure here, I didn't highlight it. Anyway, that's a 9.4% cap rate for the third property. And again, that one's a little older, but the very last one, which I'm getting to here, 11835 Qual Road, again in Blackhawk. This is the most comparable property to our subject. It was built, I think, 15 years ago, but it's a steel building with very high ceilings. The tenant is Bridger Steel, so another manufacturing tenant, just like our subject property. It sold for $1.38 million, which, based on the rent that this property is achieving, is a 9% cap rate. Again, just based on that information, all of these properties have had cap rates above 8%. We're using an 8.5% cap rate in our analysis based on the actual lease and the actual income that this property generates. You know, the lease was just signed. It has 15 to 20 years of tenure on it. Hopefully the tenant doesn't default or whatever in their current situation. But in the next 15 to 20 years, anyone that were to purchase this property would do an income approach based on this lease. This lease was signed in October of 2018, so it's very relevant. And that's how we went about valuing and what we think the assessment should be.
So Matt, when you bought this, did you do all this beforehand before you spent $1.5 million for it? Because it seems like if you're going to do all that.
That was the owner.
So
I'm representing the taxpayer, who in this case is the tenant. It's a triple net lease. So the tenant is actually Foundation Building Materials. They're the ones that lease this property from Jamida LLC. So they do have the appeal rights because they pay 100% of the taxes according to this lease. So they had nothing to do with that 1.5 million sale. I've asked them where that number came from, and they don't know because they had nothing to do with it. They were just the tenant. And again, that number wasn't in CoStar. It doesn't look like it was marketed on the open market. I think that was just a developer's deal. That is not a market sale.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rosknecht.
Sir, this is Commissioner Rosknecht. I appraise these type of properties for a living. Right now, I'm appraising one just north of it. I've owned and sold land in this subdivision, I-90 Business Park. The building that you're looking at there was probably built by Jim Meyer, Bill Gickling. In my research, a building like that, 2000, and by the way, Qual Road, I've appraised the building where Bridger Steel is, I've appraised that. That's a post-frame building. It's not even comparable. And you don't use, our county assessor does not, we're looking for fee simple, not lease fee. If that market rent, or if his rent's below market, that's really not our problem. That is the tenant's problem or the owner's problem.
Yep.
But that $75 a square foot, I think that's very reasonable. Based on, right now, I can go to my office, I can probably find 10 sales where I'd say it's probably too reasonable.
Any other questions for Matt, board? Do you have a motion?
Motion to accept Rich's assessment.
Motion to accept R3's recommendation, and there's a second by Drews. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Have a good day.
You too.
Equalization done?
See you Wednesday.
We're in recess. Thank you, Kara, Deb, and Chris.